Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, June the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, guys. Thank you, William. Frito-Lay, Starkey, just waiting for maybe Pepe's going to let me know if you were live in YouTube. Oh. That is crazy. I'm sorry, I'm talking to Pepe. He says he's banned again. Oh, man. Okay, I'll have to contact... Can you come in and with another alias maybe into the room? Is that easier? And then give me your email if you really want to still be Pepe, and give me your email, and I'm gonna have to contact Sebastian. Is that I hate to do that to you, but he says he couldn't find you. All right, guys. So as Pepe perhaps he comes in as another, you call yourself Pepe One. So I know it'll be you. All right, guys. Let's see now. This FLD. This had a rapid run and then a rapid decline. Actually, it looked pretty interesting. So they said they sold $45 million worth of Bitcoin at, well, it doesn't really matter what they sold it for, but it was, well, 71,000, eliminating 20 million of debt and retaining 25 million of unrestricted cash. I mean, they have very low float. I would have thought it would maintain a little bit better, but it didn't. It just absolutely surged on that news up to 185 and then right back down to 1. And yes, the CPI numbers came out at 8 o'clock. I guess they weren't as bad as expected. So I guess inflation is not as bad as was anticipated. So that's what happened right here at 8:30, a big spike. However, starting to drift down again. Yes, I am, William. Micron, my goodness. Micron. So William is saying that Daiwa upgraded them from $700 to $1,600. VSME. Didn't see any news on this one. I don't think I saw any news. No, I didn't see any news on this one. Little spike here for CHNR, guys. Well, really low float China, 550,000 in the float. Low float China stock. Not a lot of volume yet. I mean, it's 607,000 shares, but it's not in the millions yet. And it is ripping. Actually, there are some shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 13,000. Look at this thing rip. Probably no news. Yeah, no news. How could that happen, though, Pepe? How could you get into the room yesterday? I don't understand that. All right. Cracker Barrel is actually doing very well on earnings, guys. Very well on earnings. You know, it is a low float, 21 million in the float. I had no idea. I thought it would be a lot more. 21.9 million in the float. So that's CBRL, CBRL. Just absolutely big move. And that is, Meanwhile, CHNR just kept moving. I mean, at some point, I mean, that was the point. I mean, but it's so hard to predict these tops. I mean, you would have thought could have been right there, 633, couple of highs right there. Looked like it was starting to peter out a bit, but no. And then boom. Now look at that. I mean, from 855 back down under 7. Chewy is also an earnings play, guys. On the downside, though, unfortunately for Chewy, CHWY, Chewy is an earnings play. This is a big float, but it is underneath 20. And where is the next low? The next low on a daily chart, anyways, around 1930, I think. 1930, yes. So that's the next low. So will that hold it? Now, if it doesn't hold it, take a look at a monthly chart. That is basically the low of last month. Oh, it was a mistake, Paul. We were trying to ban somebody else, and I accidentally clicked on that. Somehow, it was Pepe who I accidentally clicked on instead of the person I was trying to ban. Does Trade Ideas provide float information? Absolutely, right here in your single stock window. But I mean, yes, we do. Bottom line is, yes, we do, Juan. All right, you see the float. If you can see if you can see my screen. Oh, PJ. Okay, I had no idea. So yeah, if you can see my screen, you see I've got this single stock window. It's all customizable. Okay, but you don't have to just have this. I mean, you could have it in a column. If you have an alert window or a top list window, you could add it as a column. Another one that just another China stock, guys. Another China stock. 2.69 million in the float. Another one that's moving. LUD. LUD. So at least they had some. They had some news. Okay, they say they received some orders for sales of flanges and fittings from some contractor for nuclear, electrical, or electricity generation sector with civil applications. Okay, so they did have some news. Some of these have no news. Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, I don't like. You're right, Chief. You can actually have it on the charts also, hitting the little down arrow right here. Okay, those little double down arrows. I just don't like it because I don't. It takes up too much room for me. But yeah, there is, and this is not customizable, but you do have the float information there too. So if you want to do that, you can do that also right on the chart. You have to be using the browser-based charts. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:11. Okay, DSY, another one that's on the move. DSY on the move. And why? I don't think I looked this morning. I don't think I saw any news on this one. Yeah, I saw no news on this one. Other than, China low float, though it's not crazy. I mean, it's low. 4.5 is still low, but look how much volume there is. Do I think Galaxy will continue? Well, let's see. I don't know, of course, but you had another 2 great days. Great days. I call it great day, especially yesterday because it closed near the high. But whether it's, I mean, it's a little weak this morning, but not majorly weak. But holding the VWAP would be critical, I think. Well, critical. I think it would be key if it could hold the VWAP, which is around 31.81, and bounce off it. But do I think it's going to continue? I mean, I obviously don't really know, but it certainly had a couple of really nice days after a bad. Well, this was the big market down day. Okay, so I sort of throw these bars out. This was on Friday, I believe. Yeah, of course it was. CIIT is also another China play, still up 175%, but it has pulled back a lot. The high was eight. Yeah, look at that. I mean, the high was $8, and it got right back down to 250. Still up 180%. Just wild moves. Now, maybe let's keep an eye on FLD. This is not China. A lot of volume, obviously, already. Let's see if it gets back over the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert around 131 just in case it takes out the VWAP again. I mean, they appeared to have legitimate news, okay? Eliminating $20 million in debt. They have now $25 million in cash after selling $45 million worth of Bitcoin. All right, so after that market pop, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. You haven't come in yet, have you, Pepe? I haven't seen. All right, guys. So here are some of the major sectors. So XLE is, I mean, nothing ripping, but XLE is the top one. Consumer staples, another energy sector play, OIH. What's the worst one? Yeah, it's actually interesting. Gold and the semis, but gold is the worst sector right now. This is before the open. Well, the 9:30 open anyway. Oh, okay. Now, do we want to try to get you back to Pepe, or does it matter? I mean, I can try. I can message you, of course. You can give me your email address, and I can contact Sebastian. It's very strange though how that happened. I don't understand how that could possibly happen. How you could be in and then not be able to log in today. Okay, yeah, I just private message you. Okay, you just give me your email address, and I'll see if I can get that fixed. SB. Okay, let me see. I'll contact Sebastian right now. Okay. Hey guys, FLD on the move again. FLD on the move again. Give me a moment. Okay, okay, Pepe just sent it off. Hopefully that'll yeah, okay, hopefully that'll help. He's usually pretty responsive, as you know. He's very responsive yesterday, but okay, what's happening? So the FLD came right back, came right back roaring up. Too bad. Well, too bad, but it took out the 200 or the VWAP right there. All right, what else is coming in here? HWH, I think this is another. No, it is not a China stock. I thought it was a China stock. Um, yeah, no, it's not a China stock. For some reason, I thought it was. Okay, yeah, HWH. What has it done though? It's pulled way back, 398, right back down to 181. BQ. Just looking at some of the big movers. BQ. This is a China stock. 2.7 million in the float. Wow. So FLD, where could it go? Look at the monthly chart and the next, well, first of all, look at the weekly chart. Is there anything? Actually, there is something on the weekly chart. So the next high is around $1.68, but look what it did. Did get past that in the pre-market, got up to 186 in the pre-market. So right now, if you look at the next high, it has to get through again, would be the 167 area on our weekly charts. You do not like SMCI, do you? So another one, it's just like the FLD guys. Look what this one did again, all the way up there, came all the way back. But let's see if it does enough. Let's see if it does something like FLD. Now I don't know if they did have some news. Okay, they did have some news like the FLD, not the same news, of course, but at least there was some news. Let's see if it can pop through the VWAP also and get on the move. This is a China stock. Well, Mr. William, why don't you start your own newsletter and become a notorious short seller? Just let me know when you're going to do it so I can get in a little ahead of you or at the same time. MUZ. What is this one? Oh, this is okay. This is a short. Oh, this is the okay. This is MU. You know what, William? I think this is. I don't. This is new. This is new. MUZ is new. How much volume? Pretty good volume, actually. So if you thought that MU if MU the stock, this is brand new. Looks like it yesterday. Because remember we were looking for an ETF for MU, I think a couple of weeks ago, and it was still pretty expensive. So this one, if you thought that MU was going to fade at all, you could buy this one. Okay, and that is MUZ. Cool. Hmm. Now, where did I find it? Seriously. Oh, I no. Where did I find this? I don't even know where I found it. Oh, was it? Excuse me. It was in the race. It was in the race. This is very interesting. I am going to I'm going to have to thumbnail MUZ because depends what the market does also. I mean, the market is right now, I mean, obviously it's weak, but big recovery on the CPI numbers. Okay. So now we're just kind of, let's see if it can hold the VWAP, number one. But if the market starts to drift down, I mean, MU could really start to drift down. Are these? I don't remember. Maybe there was there. Maybe it was the long one. Maybe it was the long. Yeah, this is a one timer. Okay, you're right. Maybe it was the long, the two time long that is bad. Yeah, because yeah, right. Yeah, the MU. I mean, it's pointless. You might as well just buy the stock unless you really thought it was going to move. You're trying to take the double the move. But anyway, so MUZ and so mud was always there. Okay, I didn't realize that. Exactly. If you think that MU, the stock itself, is going to fall, you can buy either MUZ or MUD. Now MUZ, if the stock MU drops, say 1%, this will go up 2%. Okay. Big little pop here for Cracker Barrel, guys. CBRL. Yeah, Cracker Barrel just boomed. And this is an earnings play. Now, I mean, that's a big. It has such a low float. I had no idea the float was so low. It's kind of crazy that they'd have such a low float. Because remember, I mean, this stock. What was the? I mean, this is a $70 stock. This was a $120 stock. $134 stock. You know, with the 21 million in the float, that is they should do a forward split. Nothing from Sebastian yet, Pepe. Okay, 929 guys. So I am gonna get rid of this. The pre-market active's up. And get set for this open. Now, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes, so I'll try to let things settle down a little bit. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. We have about 10 seconds to the 9:30 open. SPY is just, yeah, this is a nice little consolidation here for the SPY. DSY, guys, on the move. DSY on the move. Big tree cloud. Wow. Look at this. I mean, okay, this is the record, guys. This is the record. This is trading 3 million. Well, now it's only 2 million, a little over 2 million times normal at the start. Remember, this relative volume filter looks at the it's time of day sensitive. So with it trading 47 million, now it's going to drop a lot. I mean, but it's still 1.6 million times normal. That is DSY. Do we? Okay, guys, fuel cell. Fuel cell is interesting. Yesterday, I thought I had a better day, but it didn't close well. But it's above yesterday's high now, or yesterday's close. Fuel cell. Fuel cell. Okay, there's that CIIT. Nothing. Okay, it's still well below the VWAP. All right, VSME. VSME is okay through the VWAP. A lot of consolidation right here. It did hit 661 in the pre-market through the VWAP, starting to move now. The SME. But again, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Let's see if this, I mean, I may just miss this. I mean, this might just keep running, but I just don't like trading in that first. Look at Cracker Barrel, man, man, oh man. CRBL. I don't know if this is going to show up anywhere for me because it's certainly it's not a low cap. It's not a big cap stock, large cap stock. So it's not going to show up here in large cap gainers. Could show up here. Okay, come on. Keep thinking it's going to fade though. There are a lot of shares available for me anyway. 700,000 Interactive Brokers. Okay, now the drama for the market right here, guys. There's the VWAP for the SPY, the purple line. Bar is trying to get into it. Let's see if the VWAP acts as support. All right, guys, China, BQ, through the VWAP, okay, through the VWAP. The high in the pre-market was around $1.76. So it is through the VWAP and a lot of volume, of course, 10,000 times normal up to this time of day. There's that there. Well, look at that pullback now for Cracker Barrel, CBRL. All right, well, the SPY now. So the SPY got right into the VWAP. So far it's holding. And I'm really interested in maybe buying this one at some point. I want to take a look at Micron, MU, and see what's happening with it. Yeah, I see as it's popping, MUZ is moving down. But Micron's weak. Even with that news of a big, news, Daiwa putting a $1,400 or $1,600 price target on them. I don't know if you guys remember, but yesterday we looked at this ALHC. This was in the large cap movers, and it just kept inching up and up and up. It was one of the healthcare stocks, healthcare, and the REITs. The REITs were very good yesterday. I see. Okay, thank you, William. In terms of the Micron. Okay, let's take a look at some of these halts resume. So I see that FLD got halted. Oh man, so it did pop up, but it came right back down. It's resumed now. MTEN, another China stock. Wow, halted on the way up. I mean, look what happened yesterday, guys. I mean, this is almost, well, look, 951, and it closed down here at $1.36. What's happening with PAVs today? That was the other crazy one. Ugh, 78 cents now. Remember, guys, this was yesterday. Can you imagine? 27, almost $27 yesterday, 77 cents right now. It's basically sold off the entire day. How about that other one? Is it out yet? Was it INHD? Is that what it was? INHD? Is it, or is it still halted? Wow, it's still halted. This is far enough away from the VWAP. Could be interesting. CIIT. It's a little early still for me to take a trade, but it's for some of you, 476. There's the VWAP. Low float, of course. A lot of volume, a lot of relative volume. Yeah, Paula, you're right on the halt for INHD. I'm surprised that PAVs, the same thing didn't happen to PAVs. I mean, it's almost disgusting. I mean, seriously. I mean, it's not getting up to 27, and then it basically look where it closed right down here at 90, and now it's at 77, 75 cents. Let's see. FLD was halted on the way. Well, halted on the way. Yeah, it was halted on the way up. Potential open, no big clue. Okay. So I'm displaying this screen for the first time today. This blue window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt price in red, 131. Column trying to tell you where it could open. Okay. And usually they are 5-minute halts. So that number can fluctuate during the 5 minutes. Yeah, that's terrible. That's too bad, Cher. I mean that was that traded crazily. Oh, that is really that's too bad, Cher. All right, guys, this is a larger cap stock, not super large, but it is a larger cap stock showing up in the large cap gainers, DLO. All right, guys, QH, a little pop here, but underneath the VWAP. Though the VWAP is far enough away, it is far enough away. It looks closer than it is, but QH, of course, is China. 700,000 shares in the float. But look how whippy these things are. I mean, what did it get up to? Got up to 587, and then right down. I wonder if it got halted. It just got well. It resumed. My guess is going to get halted again. Maybe not. Looking, yeah, just got halted again. Got to be awfully careful now on these China low floaters. Because look at this. Here's your halt, 482, potential open 396. Hmm. Sorry, nothing from Sebastian yet, Pepe. I am keeping an eye on it. Oh, well, that got ugly fast. Also, LUD, so forget about that one. Man. AMSS guys, this is a reversal play. Okay, down yesterday, up today. Don't like the spread. Looking at the spread, 350, 367, $3 stock. That is not a nice spread at all. No kidding on the DXYZ. I mean, I have to admit, I don't have very much left. But I was bound and determined to hold some into the IPO. Hey, sorry, AZI guys, AZI. Okay, keep an eye. Like the high, of course, yesterday's high was way up here at $7. It's you're in chase mode right now, so let's see if it can rest a bit, even maybe pump down through three again. I may not get my wish though. Ah, want to see if it can pump down through three again and then burst through three again, but I'm not going to get my wish. It's just ripping now. Shoot. Oh well. I just didn't want to chase it, of course. All right, guys, one moment. I will be right back. Okay, guys, I'm going to be just a little bit longer than I thought. So let me just going to say on mute for a bit. I'm now back. Well, there's the AZI. Yeah, the AZI is in rip mode right now. So there's the Cracker Barrel. Now there is the pullback. There is a pullback, but is it a pullback forever? Not forever, but for a long time. All right, we saw this one a little earlier. HWH guys, HWH. It's now through the VWAP. It is, of course, a China low flow. It's not China. I keep thinking it's a China stock, but I guess it is not. It sort of looks like the Happy Cafe, Happy Travel. It just seems to be. What time frame? Well, I don't. When you say you guys, I mean everybody's different. Yeah, yeah. But I have a 5 and a 15, and then I have my weekly, daily, monthly charts up. But so intraday, I'm looking at a 5 and a 15. But I mean, eh, everybody's different. You got to get whatever you get used to using or like using. There's no hard and fast rule. Shoot, I missed the AMSS. I was looking at this one a little earlier, around the 350 mark, and looks like it's going to run without me a little bit. This is one of those reversal type plays, down yesterday, up today. Well, there's the Campbell Company, CPB. This is not an earnings play. Has had earnings a couple of days ago, and not a great reaction. I mean, it's sort of a muted reaction. But CPB on the move here, guys, over the whole number. And if you look left on a monthly chart, 2240. Yeah, look left on a monthly chart. A lot of room, a lot of room. Almost $27. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but yeah, let's see how well this holds the whole number of 23. Okay. I'm going to put, I wouldn't mind getting this if it holds. It's just strong for some reason. You can ask Kim. Depending what you're looking for, we'll see what you're trying to do. I mean, so yeah, I mean, you can ask questions here for sure. I don't back test though. Okay, so if you're asking about back testing, I don't back test at all. But you know what? What you've actually said is good because what you had an idea, that you thought would be good, but when you back tested it, it wasn't. Okay, so that's a good use of the back tester. People think, okay, I read this on the internet and I saw a YouTube guy and he said, boy, this is a great. So you put all the filters together, you back test it, and it doesn't look like it works at all. Okay, so now there are ways, of course, with the back tester you can try to optimize it, but if it's already starting out, with a negative equity curve, then I mean, I wouldn't even. You have to you have to say to yourself, well, I guess it's just what I think should work just isn't. So if you're going to ask, well, how would I use the back tester, or what variable should I be putting in or adjusting to make it work? That I cannot help you with. Okay. Well, look at that HWH now. Look at the pullback. Boom, right down through that the VWAP. Almost feel like I should be just sticking with the large cap stocks today. I mean, these you get on the right side for a while, they're awesome. These volatile stocks, but boy, I mean, there is just a lot of whip in them right now. Go soup, go. I know it's not Campbell soup anymore, but it's moving up a little bit. This could be my little incher for the day. Could be. And I'm talking about the CPB. Okay, now Cracker Barrel, CBRL, 72. So we do have a reentry. Okay, we do have a reentry price. Okay, guys, you have our AI. How do you change volume bars color red for selling? So are you talking about these volume bars that I've got here? I mean, I've coded it orange for selling while selling, and blue for buying. Okay. Depends on now. If you're using I think it's pretty simple, but let's take a look. Indicators, volume. Yeah, just pick your colors. I did. Yeah, I did see it, and just pick your colors, up color, down color. Okay. Though I don't know where I got orange from. Let me see. Also here, a little bit different, just a little bit different. Depends if you're using the modify colors. Yeah. So if you're depends if you're using the browser-based charts or the. So when you right click on a chart, are you is use browser interface checked or is it unchecked? Because there's a slight difference in the indicators or how you use them. Not the end result. It is checked. Okay, so if it's checked, then okay, you're going to see indicators here and volume. I can edit. Okay, that's what I've done. Okay, so you edit. If you already have something, you want to change the color. I mean, there's my up color. There's my down color. You know, this is just a palette. You just go to the palette, pick whatever color you want. Okay, make sense? Okay, great. Well, okay, Kim, I don't have a mean reversion to like. I mean, you can see you can have you can create a top list that shows stocks that are quite a bit away from the VWAP, and then you can doesn't mean they're going to revert, of course. That's fairly simple to do using the VWAP filter. Um, I use races though a lot. Okay, I want to find stocks that are in these are two different races. This is my style more okay, and it doesn't have to be your style, of course, but I use races a lot because what happens is it creates a top 10 list for me. It's not that when I see something here, oh, good, thank you, unusual. So there's a great example of how Trade Ideas can be very helpful. Somebody else has a mean revision scan, so you can take a look at it. Okay. Speaking of which, it is now 10 o'clock. So this is when I go over my homepage, plus all the scans, etc., that I am currently sharing. Okay. So I'm going to put my homepage link in. I am missing the boat on these reversal plays. Shoot. STI was now I'm not sure. I don't know if this is one of the ones I couldn't trade at Interactive Brokers, but STI was a solid reversal play. So what I'm looking for, guys, are stocks that were down yesterday and up today. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Mainly because it creates a top 10 list. Okay. Automatically creates a top 10 list of stocks that I can then follow all day long. Okay. And I have two different races here. One's a large cap race, and then this is a volatile race. In fact, I'm going to go over the concept of racing right now. You give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, not just you, and this is what I do at 10 o'clock every day, around 10 o'clock every day. So Okay. So at the top here, we have a couple of promo codes. Okay. So if you use Barry 100, you will get 27% off a premium annual subscription. Okay. Premium annual subscription. If you use the code Barry 100. The other three subscriptions, the two monthlies, the premium and the standard monthly, and a standard annual, you can get 15% off if you use this code. So you can get 27% off if you use Barry 100. You'll get 27% off a premium annual subscription. Okay. Any questions about it? Just let me know. All I ask, if you're going to use if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code, whatever it is. It changes, of course, from time to time on my homepage. Why? Because I'm moderating two trading rooms, the YouTube room and this room right here, the trading room. The company tracks the use of the codes, and if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now and wondering what I'm talking about in this trading room, it is another room. A lot more interaction amongst traders, number one, in this room, the trading room. Also, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, so pre-market. Thank you, Obi. He does that for us. Thank you very much, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. So that's why Obi does it. So, but if you're looking to get into a trading room in the pre-market, you can come in here, and there's a lot of interaction with other traders. I get on the mic, excuse me, at sometime between 9 and 9:15. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a whole section. I'm talking to Yaya in our YouTube room. Whole section on setting up races. I'm going to go over that in just about 2 minutes. So next thing to do is to click on the education section if you're going to take out a subscription or you're thinking about it. So if you've just taken out a subscription, first thing you must do is this: getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Okay, this is mandatory. Software program, there was a learning curve. We tried to make it easy with these 12 short videos to get to at least cover all the key elements. If you don't have the program though, this is what I would do. Start off with that second video, go to the end. Gives you an idea about what we're capable of doing. It may or may not be a fit for you. Okay, don't take out a subscription unless you've at least taken a look at these videos. They're all short videos. Okay, have to know what you're getting into. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, okay? And there are 15 of them, and they're all free. Yeah, it's just a matter of flipping. Question is, do I have races for stocks that are breaking down? Yep. These are the ones breaking out on the upside, but I have others that break down. I'm not displaying them, but I do have them. Okay, and keep scrolling down. Oops, go back to my homepage. Okay, I should always do this. I always forget to do it. So if you click on my homepage link, keep scrolling down because you can also sign up right here. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. How you trade it, how you trade them, if you trade them, is of course completely up to you. And now the scans. Okay, so if you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, and here they are. So these are the two races that I'm displaying. The large cap race is right here. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. This is a volatile race. I do have Halts Resumes is over here, down here. That's what you can actually see. I do have other scans, though, that I am currently sharing. Upside versus downside movers. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. And well, you can depends what you're looking for, A and Z in their YouTube room. I mean, this is this one is an upside versus downside movers. Okay, it's basically taking two alert windows and running them off against each other. So if it's in green, if it's in red, how about green? If it's in green, that means the stock just made a new high for the day. But anything I see coming through in red would mean the stock is moving down for the day. So there could be breaking down, and it's on volume. So that's one way. Okay. But there's also, but this race here could be flipped, for instance. By flipping, I mean showing the stocks moving down. Let me see if I can find it for you. I can just, but it's a race, okay? I don't know if you're, I'm going to go over the races in a little bit. Just want a momentum scan, gap continuation or reversal. I mean, this is also another scan that you can take a look at, ANZ or anybody else. These are reversal plays. They could be stocks that have topped up and then moving down. They could be stocks that are just started down and are moving down again. Okay, so this is a good scan for that. Okay, so you can take a look at any one of these. Okay, so it's all on my homepage. Are you a new trader, Kim? Are you a new trader? Okay, that's well. I don't say that's the problem, but I mean, Trade Ideas, fabulous program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. I know I repeat myself. It generates ideas. Okay, if you click on a symbol, and I click on a symbol, though, what happens for me? I've got some experience trading, of course. When I click on a symbol, I'm figuring out, do I want to trade this based on what I see on the charts? If you click on a symbol and you're looking at whatever time frame you are, well, you probably don't have any time frame that you're used to because you're a new trader, but eventually you get used to, do I want to look at 5-minute charts, 15-minute charts, 2-minute charts, 10-minute charts, things like that. Okay. So Trade Ideas will not help you trade okay. I mean, because it requires that when you click on a symbol that, you look at it and go, okay, do I want to trade it or not? Because you have to understand how to read charts. Okay. So for instance, would I take this trade? No, fun. I wouldn't take this trade just because it shows up here. I don't know what I'm going to see when I click on it. Why would I not take this trade? Because you're chasing it. A lot of people would look at this and go, okay, I like the idea maybe of following fun, but maybe if it pulls back to a certain level, maybe, I mean, the VWAP, I'm trying to find where the VWAP is, or if you have a moving average, okay, on your chart, and maybe it pulls back into it. So you would put a price alert there. And then if it happens, your price alert will trigger, and then you can make up your mind. Do you want to take the trade? So all the things I see here, just because they're here, doesn't mean I trade them. I won't. But they're meeting filter requirements so that I'm not seeing anything outside the price range I like, a minimum volume, things like that. Okay, I'm not going to see anything that I would not normally want to see, but it still requires that I click on the symbol and check out the charts quickly, and then I make up my mind if I'm going to trade or not. So on this race, for instance, okay, and this is why I think for people who are relatively new, the reason I think it's a good idea, and probably maybe even more this race because it's less volatile. Okay, it is just less volatile. This is, I mean, these are great to get into when you're on the right side, but boy, look at DSY. I mean, now it's just ripping 90%. So what does it mean? These are crazy, crazy. Let me go over this race. Okay. Just the concept of racing, So again, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit. Let me expand this just a bit. Okay. And go down to the education section. Okay. Click on the more info. And at the top, here's our user guide. And there's a whole section. So you asked the question in our YouTube room. Yes, of course, we have a whole section on TI stock racing, how you can set up your own race. what the concept is all about. Okay. So everything I'm talking about is right in here. So I am running, wow, rarely do you see this sort of a percent, but I am running a 4-minute race. Okay. Now, this is all customizable. There's nothing magic. I just, let me get rid of that message. I chose 4 minutes when we introduced the concept of racing a couple of years ago. I chose 4 minutes. You want to choose make it a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, up to you. Nothing magical about a 4-minute race. That's what I chose. Okay. So let's sit, and it takes about 30 seconds for the race to rev up. Imagine a bunch of cars right at the starting line. The flag goes down after 30 seconds and they go off. So there you go. So here's AZI. So what does that 5.9% mean? That means that since the race started, this stock has moved 5.9%. That's what that number means. These numbers here, of course, like the 54% represent what is actually up today. And that number is how much the actual dollar amount it's up today. That's what these numbers refer to. But right now, AZI is leading this race. Now, of course, it's a 4-minute race. We're a minute in. Doesn't mean it's going to remain the leader. And DSY has just taken over. Okay. So how to use it? Well, of course, if you see something leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. Now you can't take this now. Okay. I mean, it's gone so parabolic, but maybe if it pulls back. But again, this is one of these really low flow China stocks. You got to be awfully careful. Number one. Okay. But, if you catch it on the right side, if it pulled back a bit, perhaps, to an area that you like, maybe the VWAP would be a huge pullback, but maybe, look at a pull. I mean, guys, that went from 20 to 15 like that. Understand. I mean, these are extremely volatile stocks. These are nowhere near as volatile. Oh, look at SDOT. Oh, man. So look at SDOT. I guess it got halted. And now it's resuming. And it just got halted again. So again, click on a symbol. You see it at the top. Of course, click on it. See what's happening. You see something in second place. Click on it. See what's happening. It might be setting up for you. You might have been a VWAP player. You see the VWAP right there. Took it out. Maybe you take the trade here. Put the stop. Well, that'd be a pretty big stop if you're going to use the VWAP. But again, these are very, very volatile. Very volatile. Anything you see in this list, click on it. See what's happening. You don't know what you're going to see until there. And here's an example. Into the VWAP. Is the VWAP going to hold it? If you're that sort of a player, you look at that, go, okay, maybe I take the trade at 265. The VWAP's around 255. Put my stop underneath it and see what happens. We don't know what's going to happen 100%, of course. You see anything that's won a race before, click on it. Now, how does you notice that there is a top 10 list built right now of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. DSY has won 12 races. This is going to be an active stock all day. People are going to be watching this stock all day, maybe trying to find ways to trade it, maybe on pullbacks. If you have shorts, maybe people will short this, but this will be an active stock all day long, as will SDOT be. But anything that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. The CIIT doesn't look very good now, but what if when you click on it, what if now it was above the VWAP and coming into the VWAP? Maybe you look at that and go, okay, I'm going to see if the VWAP acts as support, take the trade, and maybe it'll work. I mean, we don't know 100% if it's going to work, if the VWAP will act as support. But that's some of you are VWAP players or pull back into a moving average that you like. Okay, so again, click on anything that's won a race before, click on it. The VSME, it's kind of hanging around the VWAP area. Could be interesting. So why are these stocks here though? Why are these stocks as you can see, a very different group of stocks in these two races. So if I right click on the race, One of the options is to open the top list. So please listen carefully. All races start from a top list window. If I right click in this top list window, notice I have an option that says launch real-time stock race. So that's number one. But why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Well, that's because this is what I'm looking for. If I right click configure, what I'm looking for are stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, and it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I'm looking for. It doesn't have to be what you're looking for. Okay. Hopefully it's starting to make sense that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and launch the race on it. But this is all I'm looking for here. Okay. And what I've done is that C percent is the change from the close, yesterday's close. So I have sorted, I have the column header, of course, so I can sort on it. And so DSY is up 635% from yesterday's close. DSME, 400%, all the way down to the bottom here. You can sort on any column, like a top list window can still be used in this fashion. You can sort on any column header that you might have. This is the change from the opening trade of the day, that 0% change from the open percent. So CPOP is up 102% from its opening trade. You know, you can rank, it basically just sorts. So that's good, but this is the beauty of the race, or the power of the race. The race does not care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is when the race starts, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. Okay, so here's this. Now, you'll probably see, you know, these are stocks near, you know, that have already had huge moves. You'll probably see them, you know, at the top of the race most of the day, because these are stocks that are being followed all day long. But there's nothing that you know, the Alloy has been a fairly active stock. It's up 9%, but what if it was up 10%, 12%, 15, moving up? You'd see it in the race. That's what the race does for you. It doesn't care where the stock is. It just cares what's moving the most since the race started. Okay? I'm in nothing right now. No, I was asked, I bailed on the Campbell soup was okay for a while, but so that is what the race is all about. Okay, so you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. This race is very different. If I right click on this race and open the top list, the first thing that should stand out is that there's not as many symbols. Okay. And there's not as many symbols because when I right click and show what I'm looking for, so the price range is a little bit different. Okay. But the minimum volume is still the same, up 2% from yesterday's close. But these three filters right here, the stock where the price, this little D, this is the daily candle. So the daily candle. So at 95%, I'll show you the values that I'm using. The position in the range. So what I want to see are stocks near the high of the day. If I put 100 there, that would mean the stock is basically right at the high of the day. So at 95, you know, these are stocks that are going to be in the upper end of the daily candle. Number one. Number two, I've got a minimum float of 50 million. And number three, I've got a minimum market cap of 500 million. These three filters here, I don't have here. Okay. So that's why there's a lot more in this list. Now you can just see since I've been displaying this list has expanded. This is not a static list. Stocks will come in and out of this, as they will here too, but they'll come in and out of this list all day long as they either meet the filter requirements or stop meeting the filter requirements. And it's the same thing. You can so you can see the huge difference here. I mean, lemonade is up 13%. You know, compared to, you know, the ones that are up the most in this list. You know, but these are less volatile situations. So if you're starting out trading, I would probably, you know, tend to look at something like this rather than this, just because, yes, you get on the right side of one of these, fantastic. But we've already seen some of these stocks drop like $5 in like 10 seconds. And the same thing, a top 10 list is built for you automatically. So you can follow these stocks all day long. Maybe figure out a way to trade them. Are they setting up? So if you have any questions about what I've tried to do is just go over the concept of racing. You can even do things like, if you have a basket of stocks that you like, maybe you want to follow the same basket of stocks every single day. Maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you say, you know what, I want to follow these all day long, every single day. You can do that. You create what we call a symbol list or a watch list. You attach it to that top list window. You attach it to the top list window, and then you launch the race just on those stocks, as an example. It's an idea. I'm not saying to do it. Or it could be a different group. Maybe, you do some work in the evening and you say, you know what, I want to follow these 20 stocks tomorrow. And you create a symbol list, put those stocks in, and you launch the race just based on those stocks. Those are things you can do. Funny, I was just talking about the alloy. Look at the alloy now, guys. I mean, I was just talking about the alloy. See, look what it's doing. The alloy was moving up in that list, even though it was sort of near the bottom of that list, but all of a sudden it was moving up. Now you're going to say, well, does that mean I take the trade? Not necessarily, because but now it becomes a little more interesting, especially if maybe, I mean, I love to see stocks break a whole number, and but let's see if gets underneath that whole number again, a 14, and then takes it out again. But as always, I'm looking left. So the first thing I see is 14.12. I would not take this trade, because I'm looking left, and the next high is yesterday's high is 14.12. That could stall it. Now, if it takes out 14.12, the next high is 14.67. That's, a little bit more room to run before it might stall at that high. I have a very, that's all I do. I just keep, especially the stocks that are near the high of the day, I just look left and I see where's the next high in the daily chart. If I can't see it on the daily, I look on the weekly. And then, if I can't see it on the weekly, I'll look on the monthly. And I'm just, I'm sizing this up pretty quickly. Entirely? You mean, am I out of the trade completely? Yes. But I mean, had I been down here, if you're asking, because the wave is still good. If I'd been in this trade down here, I would still be in this some. But I got in, just over 20, just over 23. So are you talking about so a blue arrow? Let me see. You're not talking about the blue. You're not talking about these little B. That you're not talking about that, are you? Oh, that was the alloy. Okay, let's take a look at alloy. But I've got to click on it. Let's see. Where are you? I know. This is not the previous one. So are you talking about like a little blue arrow that looks like that, a little upward arrow? Are you talking? I mean, I'm just using CHR. Okay. No, what happens is that is just if you click on an alert window, I guess it doesn't. I thought it worked on the. No, it doesn't. Yeah, I have one alert window, okay, on my other monitor, okay? This is what it's a multi-strategy. I have two strategies in here. When you click on a symbol, if I click on STI down here, the blue arrow is just basically telling me I'm on a 5-minute chart here, the 5-minute bar that the alert happened on, and it's also going to show you on the 15-minute. So if I had a 2-minute chart up, it would show me the 2-minute bar that the alert happened on, okay, when I click on it. So I can go back in time and say, well, what happened? From that first alert I had for STI, wherever that was, let's call it right there at 2465. You could say, well, okay, I had an alert in this alert window right there. There's the blue arrow. There's the blue arrow. It's not saying take the trade. It's just showing me what candle the alert happened on. Then you can kind of go back in time and say, well, what happened from that alert? Pretty good. Okay, pretty good. I mean, obviously, it got all the way up to 27 before it pulled back. But that's all these blue arrows mean. Okay, it is connected. The buy and sell. This is what we call TI wave. Okay, Trade Ideas wave, and in fact, today, I have to check to make sure it's going to happen, but on Wednesdays between 12 and 1, the CEO of Trade Ideas has been doing a YouTube stream, his own YouTube stream, okay? And that's a chance where you can ask him questions. I'll have to confirm that he's going to be doing it today, because what we've been asking for is to be able to create an alert with a scan, and then the trigger being a real-time alert showing us when a buy or a sell flag appears on the chart. Not not after the fact. So, I mean, when you click on a symbol, you can see, before there could have been a buy signal for ELF, right here. Okay. And so, but now I don't use the wave that way. I mean, it'd be nice, I suppose, to get a real-time alert, but I use it more like this. If I had been able to take ELF, if I had looked at this down here and I said, you know what, I like this little break out of consolidation, I'm going to take the trade, and then I hang in this trade for as long as the wave is blue. I don't get out of anything. This is how I use it. I don't get out of anything unless one of the bars actually pierces the wave, especially if it pierces the bottom of the wave. But if it gets halfway in, that is where I will probably take some off, but not everything. The wave has really helped me keep in trades a lot longer, like a lot longer than I ever used to. There is sort of a scan for the wave, okay? But you cannot make any adjustments to it. So if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Market Explorer window, and this box is going to pop up. So you right click on the box and then you hover over Select Strategy, another box pops up, go down to TI Wave, another box pops up, and finally you get the TI Wave by 5 minutes. So this is you cannot make any adjustments to this whatsoever. So you can't say, well, I don't like that price range, or you just have to accept what you're going to get here. Okay. And it'll be every 5 minutes. Typically every 5 minutes, you'll get an alert. So let's take a look at cold, KOLD. You can see the little buy flag right there. Okay. Now, does that mean you just pile into the trade without thinking? No, but that's what this is you can't change the time frame. You could say to yourself, well, you know what? I want a 3-minute on the 3-minute or the 2-minute or the 10-minute. It's not adjustable. Okay. And not just to you, Kim, but anybody listening to this, it's not adjustable. You don't typically have to worry about the volume. The volume is going to be fine. The typical complaint, if you will, is, well, I don't like the price range. Well, if you don't like the price range, don't click on it, number one. And the other thing is the time frame. You can't do anything about the time frame. So, and you'll basically, you're not inundated, especially after 9:30. At 9:30, you're going to get a lot of alerts right at the 9:30 open. So you might want to just disregard it. And after that, it kind of settles down. Okay, you can see here at 9:45 there were a few. 9:50 there was just one. 9:55 there were two, three. Now it doesn't mean every 5 minutes. 100% of the time you'll get an alert, but that's typically what happens. Every 5 minutes you'll get something. So let's take a look at it. LFVN. Okay, a little buy flag right there. Does that mean you take the trade? I mean, would I take this? Probably not. I mean, it's possible though. The only thing is that when actually it's not too bad because I'm looking here, potential resistance around the 951 mark. Look at all that consolidation. So, but to be honest, I don't use the TI wave because I see a buy flag or a sell flag. I use the wave itself to keep me in trades longer. If I happen to click on an alert here and it happens that I'm getting a buy flag right at the very time, okay, maybe it gives me a little more confidence. But mainly it's because if I look at Macy's as an example, if I decided I wanted to take Macy's right there, then I'm still going to stick in this trade. Now, admittedly, what I'd rather see is a more narrow wave rather than a fat wave. Okay, I'm sort of being picky here, but I'd be still in this trade. The only time I would probably take some off is right here. The minute that you had these two little red bars and that bar was just sort of piercing the top of the wave. But I would not be out of everything. I would just keep in this trade until I got a transition to orange. Here's the SPY. So blue, it means the trend is strong. It doesn't mean it's incredibly strong, but it's a strong trend versus a weak trend. Now, people interested in the wave, it's part of the standard service, but if you want to learn more about it, you just click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock to channel bar. Dock to channel bar. And then you see where it says these are all theme-based channels. One of the channels is called Ripster Rippers. Click on that. And this, you're going to see a video. It should launch immediately. Okay. And this is a 5-minute video that basically goes over the whole concept of what the wave is all about. Okay. So I would watch that. It's about 5 minutes long. Now, if you don't see the video, it's possible it's tucked in behind the channel, or maybe if you have multiple monitors, it could be on another monitor. You just have to find it. Okay. And that'll give you an idea about what the wave is all about. Depends if you're using the browser-based charts, Kim, or not. Okay. I know it is super confusing, but yeah. So if I right click on a chart, and if you right click on your chart, probably more than likely use browser interface is checked, which is, that's what I like. But because it's checked, unfortunately, when you draw lines, they're not all going to show up on all the different time frames. It's kind of ridiculous that doesn't happen, but it is what it is. The other charts, you see how this is, I have my weekly, monthly, and daily charts. I don't use the browser interface. And if you did that, if I put a line on this chart, on the daily chart, it would show up on the weekly and the monthly. So you just have to deal with that. Okay. But but then if you want to have the wave, here's your trade-off. I mean, how important is it for you to have those lines on all the different time frames versus having the wave? Okay. Because the wave is only available on the browser-based charts. That's something you can ask the CEO, like, why the heck aren't all the options that are on the daily on the non-browser charts, why aren't they available on the browser-based charts? All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at DSY now again. Let's see if this is doing anything well. Yeah, I mean, look what it did. I mean, I thought, that pullback to the VWAP, that was a big pullback, though. I mean, from $20 down to about 10. But, the VWAP area held. Never heard of this stock. And I guess it just started trading as SUJA. Actually, it's an earnings play. Not very much volume, though. I mean, for an earnings play, just not very much volume. 153,000 shares. It is just started trading as SUJA last month. I don't know if this was an IPO or a symbol name change, but this is now on its way down, but it's untradeable. Why is it untradeable? Look at the spread: 14.13, 14.54. So you can't trade that. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen via Perry. Ultimately, the company is putting all their development into the browser-based charts. So, the make TI Wave available on the non-browser. I just doubt that ever is going to happen. Let me check Pepe to see if. Hmm. So far, no response from Sebastian yet, Pepe. Sorry. Now, I wonder if you tried again, just out of curiosity. Like yesterday, you tried and you got in. No, this is not this. Don't confuse. This is the browser interface. It's not the web browser. It's not. It's confusing. I know. This has got nothing to do. The web-based version is going away. Well, in its current format, I know they're trying to make something that is better down the road. Maybe sometime next year, so that people with Macs can actually access the program in a more full basis. But you know what? Time is it now? 10:41. In an hour and 15 minutes, you can ask the CEO all those sorts of questions. I mean, they're good questions. But I should find out if he is actually going to be doing anything. Okay, just going to get a confirmation if Dan is actually going to do his thing at noon Eastern. If I get the confirmation, then I'll before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just looking at Anybody have a problem getting into the trading room today? I mean, I had somebody really complaining that they can't get in and being kind of rude, to be honest. It's hard to know why. And now Pepe is, but it's a little hard to know why. Yeah, it's a lot of people are very brave sitting behind a screen and typing out very rude remarks. That's all I can say. Okay, guys, there's WCT over the VWAP again. I mean, we do have problems sometimes. This is a third-party product, the trading room. Um, it depends on the browser you're using sometimes. Sometimes it depends on maybe you just have to do a refresh. Every now and then, yeah, somebody loses the audio. I mean, nothing is 100% perfect, but there's no point in getting really angry. Okay, guys, let's see. Wow, the WCT just exploded here, guys. Look at the race, okay? 10% move. And this is really another China stock. 49 million shares are traded. That used to get me all the time. D.S. Tucker is saying William GM, and William thought it was for a good morning. And it was actually, this time, it was actually for GM, the stock. Ooh, yeah, look at GM. Yeah, what's happened with Ford? Ford's cheaper usually. Well, not usually. It's always so. Ford is on the way down also. Okay, so did you hear it though, Kim? Oh, I'm calm. It's just I feel badly for our customer support people, because people can get very unreasonable. But anyway, hmm. I just haven't got an answer yet from Sebastian. I apologize. If I could, obviously, I don't know why I can't do it, but I cannot unban. I don't have the ability to unban. This is crazy, Pepe, though. But Sebastian has not got back to me yet. Yesterday was almost instant getting back, but I'll just have to. I'm sorry. I do apologize. So this is what I was saying, Kim. If you when you click on new, and I know you've done this, dock channel bar, and then when you click on the Ripster rippers. So what happens is, see, there's a video that this is what should pop up. But as I said, now it launches immediately for me in terms of I can hear Michael talking. Okay, I'm just going to stop it. But what could happen is this could be behind here. Okay, could be behind your channel. If you have multiple monitors, it's possible it popped up on another monitor, okay? And it could be behind something. Can you hear it though? Can you actually hear it? Because for me, even if I couldn't see it, I'm hearing Michael talk. Okay, good. Now, speaking, okay, these are all theme-based channels, okay? All theme-based channels. And I'm going to go down. I'm going to click on the show more, and let's get down to our sector status. I like to do this every day. Now that the market has, it's interesting what's happening with the SPY because we had a nice pop on the CPI numbers, but came back down, hit the VWAP. Okay. Now another VWAP challenge right there. So these are some of the major sectors that we're following in this top list window. So at the very top, XLE, energy sector, is the top sector as we speak. Now, if we go down here, gold was still the weak sector in the pre-market, and it's still weak. Okay, it's the weakest sector. Gold is down 2.8%. Okay, so you can see the strongest sector and the weakest sector right at a glance. Now, what we've done here, not every single sector, but we've got 11 of the major sectors that we have got in these little top list charts or top list windows. So for instance, look at energy. 100% of the stocks that make up, that we are signing to XLE are up for the day. Devon is up 5.5%. Okay, so all the energy stocks are, and there's not one that's negative, not one. That's what that 100% means. And here's Campbell Soup. Okay, why am I not still in Campbell Soup? Seriously, okay? Here's Campbell Soup. So if you'd gone to the Consumer Staples channel or top list, you would have seen that Campbell Soup is right at the very top, but something is down. So let's go down to the bottom here. And, it's not down much, but, Tyson could have been down like a lot. And you'd wonder, okay, running completely counter to the sector. It is still running counter to the sector because, virtually every stock in this sector is up for the day. But for some reason, TSN is down. So here, look at Casey. So expensive stock. So look at retail. Casey up 15%, Musa 8%, but there are some down. Let's take a look. Nothing horrible, but Amazon is down 1.4%, DKS 1.2%. So some of you may look at this and go, wow, that's how I'm going to use trade ideas. I will check to see what the top sector is, in terms of up from the close or the open. You can sort on the open also. And what's the weak one is, okay, that's number one. And then I can go into some of these individual sectors and check out to see what the strongest stock is and what is the weakest stock, and maybe find a way to trade those. You don't have to go into every sector, of course, but here's NC. 60% of the stocks are down, but NC is up 6%. That's a big move. Is there a reason for it? I don't know. I don't see any news on it. It's not an earnings play, but there's some reason. But let's see what the worst one is. ELV, expensive stocks, but ELV is down 4%, MOH down 3%. Now, you can take anything you see in a channel, you can take it and pop it out. So for instance, if you wanted the sectors, you wanted to be able to track the sectors all day long, you could right click in this window and you see where it says duplicate into free floating. That's what it should say. Sometimes it just says duplicate. Okay, but it should say duplicate into free floating window, and then you click on it, and then this popped on my other monitor. And so here it is, free floating. I've taken it out of the channel, and that's what you can do. Anything you see in a channel that you think, wow, I wouldn't mind having that as part of my layout. That's how you do it. You just right click, duplicate into free floating window, and then it becomes free floating. And then you can incorporate this as part of your layout if you want. The other thing is this. You might look at this. Let's take a look at, DDS, $601. You might look at this and go, I don't like trading stocks that are over $100. So here's in retail. So if I right click on this and, Casey, $800, you might say, I don't like trading those stocks. So you right click, you go to configure, window specific figures, and because there's nothing in here, there's really nothing. Okay, there are no filters in this at all. But you could say, okay, but I want to see stocks between 1 and 100. And I want to make sure the volume is at least 200K. Okay. So you see how now I've added those two? Say okay. So all of a sudden, Casey drops out. Okay. Casey drops out. And now you see Wolf is up 8%. Okay. Casey has dropped out because so that's good. But please listen. If you make any changes to anything in any of the channels, like I just did here, while you're in the channel, these changes will remain. The minute you leave, though, you leave the channel. Now I'll come back. I'm just using the sector status as an example. You see how Casey is back. So you might go, well, wait a minute. I made a change. Well, these channels in here, these theme-based channels, they're for everyone. So the fact that you might want to make a change in here does not necessarily mean that's what everybody else wants. So, so these channels are for everyone. So what you do then is if you saw something you like, you pop it out and then you can make the changes and then you can save that as part of your layout. So if I wanted to follow energy like every single day, I wanted to follow these stocks. So I could pop it out. I could make some adjustments to the price range if I wanted to, minimum volume, other things, maybe add some other filters. And then I could follow energy stocks all day long, well, every day, because I'm going to incorporate it as part of my layout. Now it's on my, and you create your layout. And I'm not saying you to do that, but I mean, that's some might do that, energy stocks and maybe the semis, maybe tech stocks. Up to you. Shoot. Well, what I'm missing today, I haven't been able to pay any attention to the up big yesterday and down, or up big yesterday, down today, or down big yesterday, up today. This is one scan that is not on my homepage. If you want it, you can have it. You can see what it's you can see what it's looking for. So HCAI was down yesterday, up today, as an example. And it just got halted. And it just got halted. Right near the VWAP. Yeah. Yeah, you can have it. Let me just file load from cloud. Okay. So there it is. Anybody who wants it, they can have it. And of course, you can make adjustments to it. I mean, you don't like the price range I'm looking at or anything else about it. You want more volume, more relative volume. Everything that I'm sharing, you can, of course, make adjustments to it to suit more your style of trading. The other thing is, if you load one of my races, or if you even load this, you load this now that I've put the link in. But I'll use the race as an example. And if you load, say you load this this race right here, and you say, well, wait a minute, how come I'm not getting this top 10 list? Have I done something wrong? No, you haven't. Your race starts when you load the race, okay? Or your top 10 list will start building from when you loaded your race. So right now the time is 10:58. My race was running from, I don't know what time. I think I got up fairly early today, 4:30 my time. So what, 7:30. So my race was running from 7:30 on. So if you load my race from, or even if you create your own race, it starts to run, and build up your top 10 list from that time onwards. Oh, oh, thank goodness I had a very tight seal on my thermos. Otherwise, that would have been a mess. And I didn't say a bad word, unbelievably. No, my thermos took a header on the floor. Yeah, I was up before my time. um, Sorry about all those messages. It seems they were not going through, and then they all popped up. Oh, I see. You're talking about CPB. I saw them. Yeah, shaken, not stirred. Oh, just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I still don't have a. I don't have a confirmation that Dan will be in the room yet. Look at that field, guys. Remember how I'm a little surprised. Some of these stocks that go crazy. You say, I know I won 3 races. Some of these stocks that go crazy have actually absolutely no news about them whatsoever. At least this had some news. I mean, to me, it looked pretty good. Eye catching enough that you would have thought that maybe it would sustain. It sold approximately $45 million worth of Bitcoin to retire its debt, retired 20 million debt and has now 25 million cash. There's, I mean, maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's there's something else I'm not understanding. But I mean, some of these ones that move that are low floaters, they go for no reason at all, and yet this seemed to have a what I would call an eye-catching headline, which caused it to pop. But market doesn't care at all now. Ugh, look at CPOP. So CPOP was in one of these races, but it won't show up now because my minimum is a dollar, but it got halted on the way down. All right, guys. So I wonder if this one could do what it did yesterday. ALHC. I mean, this was such a beautiful one yesterday, late. It had such a beautiful run. It wasn't, as a tournament, not a rocket ship like these ones, but boy, oh boy. So I have to take a look at this one, ALHC, guys. It's just over the whole number. The next high looking left on a monthly chart, it's far enough away, 2124. Wow, what a fill I got. What a fill I got on this one. I thought there was something wrong with the bid ask. I'm talking about the ALHC. Thank you, IB. I mean, I got in at 2014 and then I looked and it was right at 2020. And I said, well, how could I get it? But it filled me just in an instant before that little pop. Again, will it be like one of these? Of course not, but I'll take it. So where was the first alert for what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this certainly for tomorrow. I'm going to duplicate it. Okay. And then okay, so now this is the don't repeat version of it. Okay, so why would I do that? Well, I want to see the first time the alert happened, and at a glance, I can do that if I have the don't repeat, as opposed to having to scroll down and trying to find out, well, where was the first alert for HCAI? I want to see this. I do want to see over and over again. Nagging at me, don't forget about me. But I also do want to see where the first alert was, and it was at 9:22. Okay. Does it? Did it really? Is it halted? No, it's halted right now. Okay, I didn't see the spread. Well, I missed it. I missed it on the. But I'll be able to. It's better if I have something like this, and then I can go back in time and say, well, what happened from there? But also, and see if it's really moved that much from that first alert. Maybe giving me an opportunity to still trade it if it hasn't moved that much. Oh, I see that MUZ. I know I didn't get well, I didn't trade it. Nice bounce though on it. So now you are going to go long MU. So this is obviously you want this to go down. Not that you're looking at this necessarily, but yeah, no, I know you want this to MUZ. You want this to start moving down, which will mean that MU is moving up. Okay, here's a new one. I know this is a new one. KMRK. Just went way too quickly. And I'm sure it's going to get halted. Another China stock, guys. Another crazy little low float China stock. The alert was at 315, but you know it went so quickly. You couldn't get it. You couldn't get it anywhere close to 315. I mean, it just exploded. I mean, that's like in a half a second. It was already up to 350. All right, guys. 11:12. I still have no confirmation about Dan. So HC, okay, I want to see what the spread is like. You guys are saying it's not a great spread. HCAI, it is not a great spread. If this has been the spread, then yeah. If this is the spread, then that is yeah, not good. And look how rapid. Oh yeah, it's awesome software. It really is. But I mean, for a lot of people, it's the reason why trade ideas can be a challenge to a lot of people is because they try to do too much. I think, okay? First of all, they think that they have to learn everything about the software, which you don't. If I go to the user guide, well, actually, I'll start here. So I'm just going to use this alert window as an example, but okay, if I right click on it and I click on configure, come on, there we go. And then click on the search, okay? So at the very top here, these icons represent real-time alerts that we've got. At the very top, the two absolutely most popular, the new high and the new low of the day, okay? But as you can see, if I scroll down, there are a lot of real-time alerts that we've got, a lot of them. And if I keep scrolling down, these are all the filters that we've got, another how you want to maybe establish a price range you want to trade, a minimum volume, things like that. So I think what happens is a lot of people, when they look at this and go, oh man, this is way too complicated. I can't learn all these. Well, the good news is you don't have to. Personally, I've had the software since 2010. Personally, I have probably only used, I don't know how many data points there are, 600 of them, maybe 1%, maybe less. Okay. And because that's my trading style. I don't need all these other ones. I don't even know what most of these mean. But the reason why there are so many is because there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So when the company started, back in, I think, 2003, they thought, you know what, most people probably would not, we don't want to force people to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create enough different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Do we have everything? No, we don't. And some people get really upset. Then it's not for you, okay? If you need something that we don't have, well, I guess the software is not for you. But for the majority of our customers, all the different alerts, real-time alerts, and all those different filters that we created are enough. Can't please everybody all the time. So you don't have to learn all these, but if you scroll down, if you have any trading experience at all, you might scroll down and go, oh, I know what that means. Okay. Standard deviation breakout. I know what that, I wouldn't mind taking a look at that. So if you want to find out, like if you said to me, Barry, what does that mean, the standard deviation breakout? Well, I could try to explain it to you, but guess what? All you have to do is click on it, highlight it. Okay. So I clicked on it, highlighted, and then you click on the help. And there is a whole section, understanding, default settings, custom settings, all sorts of information on it if you want to, find out more about it. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to do that for every one of them. You don't have to learn all, but if you see something that maybe you've seen it in the past or you're just wondering about it, that's all you have to do. Left click on it to highlight it and then click on help. A lot easier than trying to ask me or waiting for somebody else to help you. Okay. So every one of these, you can do that. But again, you don't have to learn everything. You want to know, for instance, what does Trade Ideas have for RSI? So here we have, you type in the search term, in the search box, RSI. This is what we have. We have a 1, 2, 5, 15, 60 daily. But Barry, I need a 20. We don't have it. Okay, we don't have it. And if that is the deal breaker for you, okay. What do we have for MACD? This is what we have. If you don't see it, if you need something that you don't see here, well, we don't have it. Okay? So no point getting mad. It's just a matter of typing in the search and seeing what we have. And if it's something that is absolutely mandatory for your trading style, then okay, then the software isn't for you. All right, guys, it's now 11:18, and so I usually always say at some point, remember this both are support our trading rooms, but they're both support rooms too. I can try to answer questions all day long. Well, when I say try, I'll do my best to give you an answer if you ask a question. Of course, sometimes I won't be able to, not because, if, for instance, if it's an accounting question, I certainly cannot answer that. I have no access to your account. Somebody asked about a mean reversion trade. I don't have specifically something designed, but this is the cool part of the room. Unusual said, "Hey, I got something, and I can share the link." Meanwhile, I would take two or three of these a day, every single day, and just never mind these. I mean, it's not as easy as that. But look at this. I mean, look at this ALHC. I mean, what's the float? 195 million in the float. It's up 6%. Relative volume is 3. It had a great run yesterday. It's a continuation. Obviously, healthcare stocks are in vogue. Um, And if I go up here, this is how we found them yesterday. If we click on new and then dock channel bar, and again, show more and get down to that sector status. Now, this is interesting because, the healthcare stocks, I mean, actually 68% of them are down. Now, I don't know if that one ALHRC is going to be part of this. Okay. It obviously is not part of it because it would be in here. So this is kind of running, I mean, there are ones that are up. INSEE is up 3.5%, ILMN 3.4%, etc. Johnson and Johnson. But yesterday, it looked like the REITs and a lot of these little healthcare stocks were just doing well. And riding the wave, riding the wave. So you see, it wasn't a matter of my seeing this buy flag down here. I didn't see it. But where I saw it in the race, and I could have probably seen it a little earlier, but look what happened. It pulled back, held the VWAP, okay, and I ended up taking it right about here, okay, right there. I think it was 2014 or so. That's where I saw it. Could have seen it here probably. Maybe not because there was the high of the day at that time, 1999. It's possible though. I could have seen it here and watched it to see how well it was holding the VWAP. But am I a little bit later? Yeah, but still a nice move, inch by inch, getting closer to that monthly high. The weekly high is 2042. It broke through that, so that's not an issue. And 2257. That's the next high in the weekly chart. So I mean, it still has room. Not saying it's going to get there, but it still has room if you look at a weekly chart. Now, here's what I do. You see how there's the wave, and you see how the bottom of that bar is not touching the top of the wave. That's where I get a little nervous, thinking it's gone a little too parabolic. So for people who are, maybe like me, who has got in, not down here, people could be starting to trade some of this out just because it's getting a little parabolic. So that's what I'm doing. Okay, I'm taking some out just because it's, I like to see for me, the perfect situation is a narrow wave and the bottom of the bar is still touching the top of the wave. So it hasn't sort of run away. Now, if you're down here, it doesn't bother you. You're loving this. I'm loving it. I'm in it. I'm loving it. But I'm also thinking, you know what? We could start getting some people selling this just because it's getting a little parabolic. That's how I look at it. It doesn't have to be how you look at it. And now, though, I'll hold on. I mean, I'll hold on. I'd love to see that wave, the bottom of the wave catch up to one of these bottom of the bars. Shafia Khan, I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name too badly. In our YouTube room, hello. You're saying hi. Hi, right back. And notice, I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell. I'm just telling you what I'm interested in. And if it makes sense for you, I just said, I like this ALHC. I said it right here. Because, it had that great day yesterday. You're an ICT trader, okay? I'd have to look that up. I don't know what that means, an ICT trader. Inner circle trader, an inner circle trader, okay? You're somebody who I never, so many acronyms out there, okay? To trade financial markets by analyzing market structure, liquidity, and institutional order flow. I'm not sure we can help, and we have some fundamental filters, but I'm not sure if we can help exactly. Well, what you're seeing is what I trade, okay? But I'm not I'm an intraday trader, okay? So financials don't interest me that much at all, okay? We do have some financial filters, but let me just show you what they are. If I do a search, and then in the category, if I click on fundamentals, this is what we have, okay? So, if there's something here that, held by institutions, I noticed you said something about institutional flow. Well, my concept, because well, first of all, Shafia, are you an intraday trader at all? Or are you just more of a swing trader and really trying to concentrate on stocks with strong fundamentals and all? Because I don't do that. I'm looking for stocks that are volatile, like, having movement during the day with good relative volume. Relative volume meaning that they are trading abnormally. These ones here are trading. Look at this KMRK now, guys. Here's my first alert on it, 315. Look at it now. My goodness. Well, if you're a day trader, then the thing well, in my opinion, of course, you got to be looking for the volatile stocks, the ones that are trading abnormally. And I'm always looking. Are you a subscriber, Sophia, to Trade Ideas, or are you just sort of looking at this from maybe at the first time? Because one of the filters that we've got, it's an excellent filter, is a relative volume filter. So where you see 8 right there, that means it's trading 8 times what it would normally be trading up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive, so obviously that is abnormal. First time, okay. I have a scan here though. I'm looking for stocks that were up up yesterday, down today, or down big yesterday and up today. Here's where I found KMRK as an example. Okay, and the first alert was at 3:15. You can construct based on the filters that we've got and the triggers, as I call them, triggers, whatever your trigger is going to be, a new high of the day, a new 5-minute high of the day, a new 10-minute low of the day, things like that. You can construct your own scans based on your own priorities. Oh, well, if you're an FX trader, then this is not for you. Okay, sorry. Yeah, it's just stocks. We don't do futures. We don't do FX. We don't do crypto. It is just basically U.S. stocks. So this program is not for you then. Well, it's on my homepage. Okay, Hamdi, it's on my homepage. So just go to my homepage link and scroll down until you see the scan section. View scans, and here it is. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is right there. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you asked the question, Shafia, because it's amazing how many people take out a subscription not realizing that all we do is stocks, and then we do an almost an instant refund, but they say, well, wait a minute, I want to trade FX or E-minis or crypto, and we don't do that. So I'm glad you came in and asked the question, and so. Okay, yeah. So that's what I do. Otherwise, I'm talking to Hamdi in the main room. I like people to go to my homepage. Otherwise, I'd be putting links in all day long. Can I have this one? Can I have that one? I like to just give you the one link to my homepage, and then you can pick and choose what you want. It just saves me a lot of time. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry at all. There's nothing to be sorry for. Well, we do what we call you asked about heat map. Well, heat maps for stocks. If you're again just stocks, right? We do have heat. We call them tree maps, but I mean it's very similar, but it's just for stocks. Actually, I don't know why I did that. Let me show you what I. Yeah, so it would look like something like this. Okay, this would be like a heat map for this particular with these filters involved. And you can control how many symbols you're going to see, but this would be like a heat map, tree map, but it's only for stocks. This is out of nowhere, guys, because this KMRK, we saw all these crazy China stocks. I don't know what you mean. Are you talking DATs? Can we trade with DATs or not datas? Are you talking about DATs? I'm talking to Shafia. Did you mean DATs? You can. I mean, first and foremost, we are a scanner. Okay, that's what we are. You can use any brokerage platform, any platform you want. We're a scanner. Now we do connect with some brokers, which makes it easy. If I click on tools and external linking, I am connected to my Interactive Brokers account. Oh, order book data. No. I see. I'm sorry. I thought you meant thought it was a misprint because people ask all the time, can I use DATS trader? But no, okay. But just continuing this, I'm connected to my Interactive Brokers account. So what does that mean? That means that when I click on a symbol, APPS, as an example, it loads into my order entry, okay, into Interactive Brokers. We link with many brokers that way. So, and for me, it's just obviously a huge time saver. Every time I see a symbol, I don't have to type it in. I just click on it, loads in. Yeah, in your country, well, if you're in the States, Richard, and it sounds like you are in the Bay Area. Okay, so yeah, the PDT rule was last week over. Now, depends on your broker how quickly they're going to implement it. The fact that you don't need 25,000 anymore. It's broker to broker. Yeah, it won't. Kim, it will not be here. He'll start a YouTube stream. I have no confirmation though. He's been doing it Wednesdays between 12 and 1 for a long time now. I live in Vancouver, Shafia, so that's in Canada. Um, if once I get the link, assuming he's going to do it, I just don't have a confirmation. Normally, I get a confirmation by now that he's going to do it, and then I post the link in here. I just don't have a confirmation that he's going to do it yet. I really, this is a classic, guys. I mean, I say to people, you create a scan, you create anything, save it to the cloud, okay? Save it to the cloud. Oh, welcome from India, okay? Save it to the cloud. So you create something. If you load something from me and you like it, okay, and maybe one of these races, make sure you right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Why? I created this scan years ago, years and years ago. I haven't used it for, I can't remember the last time I used it. Definitely months, maybe last year, I might have used it. And I decided on the day we had that big, big down day in the market, okay, which was on Friday, I thought, you know what? I want to have this scan for Monday because we're going to, if the market rebounds, we're going to see a lot of stocks that were down huge and then coming back. But now I'm finding this is a nice little scan. And because I saved it to the cloud, I just bring it back. But I haven't used it for a long time. But I'm loving it now again. So save individual scans that you create, or if you took something from me, save them to the cloud, save your layout to the cloud. Why it's important to save your layout to the cloud also, and individual scans, but your layout to the cloud. You can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So I'm working on a desktop computer, of course, but I have a couple of laptops. So if I went out and bought a new laptop or a new desktop computer, I'll have to do is download the program, and of course it's in the cloud, so I don't have to redo everything. I just load from the cloud my layout, individual scans if that's what I want to do. So I don't have to redo everything from scratch. I think people understand. I mean, the cloud is so pervasive now, so it's not going to really explain that. But now, as I said, you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want, but you can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. How do we get our data? We pay for it from the exchanges. 158. That's one of the big costs of for trade ideas. We have to pay. We pay for the data. So part of your subscription. I couldn't tell you right from the NASDAQ website. I mean, it's I don't think so because the data. It's a data. There are data providers out there. I don't know who our data provider is, but we get New York, Amex, and Nasdaq, and the pinks also from that provider. But it's all real time data. There are all sorts of different data providers out there. That's their business. I couldn't tell you who we're using. Which is the reason why every once a year you will get an email from us saying you must fill in your exchange agreements again. In the old days, it only took one time. When you signed up with Trade Ideas, you'd fill out the exchange agreements. Basically, the exchanges want to know whether or not you're a professional, and you say no, because if you are a professional with a securities license, then you're going to be charged more for the data, not by us, but by the exchanges. So about, I don't know, 5 years ago, I don't know when it was exactly, but the exchanges came to us and all the brokerages too, the same thing. I have to do it with my Interactive Brokers account. And they said, you know what? We're going to audit you guys. And so every year you have to ask your customers whether or not they are professional traders or not. And so unfortunately, some people disregard the email thinking, well, I've already done that. And we usually give at least a 2 or 3 week notice, and maybe even some follow-up emails. Some people just disregard it, and then we have to turn them off because we get audited. Not that we want to do it, but we get audited by the exchanges. It was a real hassle at the beginning. We don't charge for API because we don't allow it. Okay, and we don't do options at all. Okay, we don't do options at all. Now, we do have some option filters, okay? Let me just show you what they are. Somebody asked about options, 158. So if I right click on that and I click on search and I type in options, okay? But understand this is not the scanning like you're talking about, but at least, well, yeah, we definitely don't have an API for you. So, but for anybody else interested in, if you trade options. So we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. We have the option volume today. We have the put and call volume today. Okay. These two, right? I'm sorry. The option volume, though, what that refers to is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this option volume today %. So for instance, if you use this filter here, if something has traded on average 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days on average, and you use this option volume today filter, and say you put 300, ratio of 10, 300%. That stock that has on average over the last 10 days traded 5,000 contracts, for you to see that stock today, it has to be trading 15,000 contracts. So what it does is it is at least is showing you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Whether or not that helps you trade the option, that's another issue. But how we can use it though is in tandem with the relative volume filter, which is just looking at volume, and also coupled with maybe a stock that is also trading abnormally option wise, that can really help you zero in on stocks that are really trading abnormally. No. We've got nothing to do with the exchanges, okay? With the brokers. We need our, we're not getting like IB is not going to, like, the brokers are not going to supply us with the data, okay? It's we have to get the data from the exchanges themselves. That's the big cost. It's not getting them. It's not getting the data from like one individual broker. Okay, it's not. Doesn't work that way. Think of it this way: Straight Ideas is a standalone scanner. You can use it with any broker you want. We're not tied into a broker. All I was trying to explain up here is that we have a like a very it's a time saving tool that if you have one of the brokers that we are actually you can link to instead of having to type in the symbols all day long. But some of you may only look at 5 or 6 symbols a day, so you type it in. It's not a big deal. Maybe a better way to say it is that the broker would never supply the data for free to us, if that makes sense. Your broker supplies the data to you free to you as an individual, but to a company, I'm sure it's probably halted on the way down now. Yep. But you know what? The whole idea is try to take advantage. Yeah, you're absolutely right, William. The broker has to pay the exchanges for the data. What they've done, yeah, they've made the commissions free. Okay. But the broker has to pay for the data. They've just made the commissions free or almost next to nothing, but they pay for the data just like we do. So while it's wildly exciting to be in some of these things like SDOT and KMRK when you're on the right side of it, I mean, it can be very harrowing also. Well, that's up to the broker, SSG, to give you the data, you as a customer, trying to entice you to their platform. I mean, it all became competition, right? I mean, this is one broker a long time ago decided, you know what, we're going to start reducing our rates to try to entice more customers, I guess. I mean, if you've been trading long enough, you know that commissions used to be, I mean, day trading, you couldn't day trade. I mean, I remember in the old days, in the 90s, where you'd be paying, depending on the value, like how much stock you bought, what the value of the transaction was, you could be paying $200, $300, $400 per like to get in and the same to get out. You could, so there was no day trading. So yeah, so I mean, are you talking about in Canada, Toronto Dominion, TD? Yeah, so I mean, TD is obviously not set up for people who want to day trade. Yeah, I mean, they don't. You couldn't day trade having to pay that. So then E Trade comes along, number one, as I think E Trade might have been the first online broker. Still, it wasn't like free, but maybe $25, $50 a trade. I don't know. Okay, Ron, I'm sorry, just seeing your comment now. New to Trade Ideas, place I can get information on setting up trade. So we don't have an, the trade. Okay. Oh, give me a moment, please. I have a delivery coming. Okay, guys, I have a delivery. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So, Ron, are you still around? New to trade ideas. Okay. So, are you talking about our AI? I think you're talking about our AI that looks kind of like this. If you are, let me try to explain how you can use it. Okay. Obviously, you are a premium subscriber. Okay. So this is what I would do. Okay, to make it really simple and a lot easier, rather than going to the AI channel. So you click on New from the toolbar. Click on New, and you can see what I'm doing, right? Before I keep going. Okay. So you click on New from the toolbar, and I'm in a development version of the product, so that's why I've got all this other stuff down here. But you see where I have three that start up with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Click on that. Okay, Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Click on that. Let me know if you were able to do that before I keep going. Sorry, was that last yes because you were able to do it? I don't. Sorry, Ron. Were you able to get this window up? I mean, it may not look quite the same in terms of, but something that looks like this. Were you able to get that up? Okay, good. Now, the next thing to do is this. More than likely, what's happened is in that filter box, you see where it says none? Yours might say profitable. Okay. Yours might only have one trade in here. Uncheck it. Okay. Uncheck so that you see all the alerts that happened. Okay. The reason you do this, first of all, the way I use the AI when I have a chance to really look at it, I use it like a watch list. Couple things. Couple things. There is nothing that you cannot auto trade this, in case you're wondering. Okay. But the first thing is this: you will not get any alerts in the AI window until at least 9:40. Notice that the first alerts were at 9:41, 9:42, 9:42. So far, there have been 5 alerts today. Okay. First alert was at 9:41. You will not get anything earlier than 9:40, though. Nothing happens in the pre-market, and that's by design. Sort of let the market breathe a little bit. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is I hate calling it an entry price. It's an alert price. The way I trade is I would never take a trade just because it says it's from the AI and hop in immediately. I am going to take a look at it. I want to see what it looks like on a chart. If it makes sense for me to trade it, okay. But super important is this. You see where there's a column that says reentry price. What happens is this, and see if there's anything that's, today's a bad day for it. I'll tell you that right now, it's a bad day for it. But many days it can be an excellent day on the reentries. Because what happens is that here's Cracker Barrel, CBRL. Cracker Barrel actually worked out pretty nicely from that original alert, I think at 48.45, and see what it got up to. I mean, 50 cents, nothing spectacular. But then what happened is it hit the stop. That's the stop price, 47. Okay, 47 is the stop. It then came halfway between the entry, the original alert price, and the stop, which is 47.72. So that would have given you an opportunity to either, if you didn't take it the first time, or if you did and you made a little money or got stopped out, you could take it the second time or the first time. Many times that reentry is really, really good. Today is not. I mean, I'll just flat out say it's not. Neither is this one. Okay. But many days we've seen that just looking at reentries, they're, first of all, you're getting at a better price than the original alert price. But the bottom line is this: if you have profitable check, you'll never see the reentries. Okay. The reason being is that when you get that alert 47.72, for instance, on the crack, it's below the alert price. So it's looking at that and say, well, it's not profitable yet. So don't have it checked. And even so, you might look at this and go, well, you know what? I traded CBRL earlier. It may be setting up later on for you, as using it like a watch list. Maybe it comes back into a level that you like. Could be lower. So using it like a watch list is in my opinion the way to use it. It just generates these ideas. Doesn't mean you have to take the trade right at the time of the alert. Okay. So there's nothing really more to talk about it. I mean, everything else is just fluff. It's not fluff. I don't like. There's so many other things that we've added, like columns and things we've added to the AI. I think we've made it very um, unmanageable if you look at everything. Okay, this is the simplest way, in my opinion, just to see what the alerts are, and you have to make up your mind if you're going to trade them. There is a stop price. Well, if you don't have the stop price, then it's because you don't have you don't have the column then. Okay. Can you see what I'm pointing at? The stop price, which is the same as the exit price here. So if you don't have the stop price, these are just columns to add. Okay. If you right click in the body of it and you go down to columns, it's hard. I mean, it should be there. It should be, oh, you do have it. Okay. These are all, but you see how we've got way too many columns here, way too many things. So I like, and I don't, you know what? I'll be honest. I've hardly looked at any of them. So if you ask me, what does that mean? The data from the last update, I have no idea. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, we do have, so obviously Dan is going to be doing it. Thank you. So there is the link. Let me see. Oh, he's already got his screen up. Okay. So for YouTubers, okay, so for YouTubers, that link I just put in, he doesn't take over. Normally, what happens is somebody takes over my feed in YouTube, but Dan, the CEO of Trade Ideas, starts his own. Okay, so for YouTubers, and for the rest of you in the main room, thank you, Pepe, as always. And so here is the link. Okay, so now I can take my break. So give me a moment. But keep asking questions, Ron. I mean, that's a sort of that's an overview of everything. Okay, and I heard Dan talking, so he is live now. All right, guys, so I will take my break now. We'll see you at around 1 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? So I'm going to mute myself in both rooms. Guys, I'm back. And always wondering, any nuggets from Dan? Okay, William, thank you for that. Okay. Okay, I'll explain that as I get close to shutting or closing or getting out of the room myself. Okay, thanks, William. All right, guys. So keep an eye on the CBRL. This looks like it's in little bounce mode here. I mean, this was my bias, right from the beginning, potential short of this, but it really surprised me how strong it was at the beginning. But now maybe we're in a little bit of bounce mode. The VWAP is 46.44. And the AL, where are you now? I'm out of this now, guys, on that move down here. Okay. I'm out of it now. Um, Even though it didn't turn orange, but I mean, that was a pretty dramatic move down. So not a bad trade though. I'll take that every single day. CPOP halted and when possible to resume. Let's see. It was halted at 104. So it was halted at 104. So man, what a roller coaster this one. I mean, down to 44, 39 cents, now up to 195. Crazy. So anyway, it was halted at 104.13. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 109 plus 13 seconds. So we still have well, 4 minutes to go or so. Go from 117 down to 40 seconds for 40 cents. And then rip, 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 halt, and then rip. It's just such wild action. China stock, low. Actually, it's not a low float. I mean, it's 82 million in the float. It is not a low float. Well, Smarty Infinity. I don't know if you're trolling or what, but the people who are truly traders, they want to have their own scans. They sure you can watch somebody, but the true traders want to have their own scans, figure out their own way of trading. But you're welcome to do whatever you were doing and keep doing it. Resend the vid. Okay, just a minute. Just give me one moment, guys. So the video that I do, for some reason, it did not get sent. I'm not going to find it. Okay, guys, I'm just trying to. I did a video. I do my video every day, and for some reason, just give me a moment. Just got to try to find it. Okay, guys. Let's see. So William, I'm intrigued by your Mu trade. I'm looking at Muz, MUZ. I don't know. I think you didn't hold on. I know. I guess I understand you did not hold on. Mu was obviously moving down when MUZ was moving higher here. Okay, guys, I am now going to just go over my homepage and the information you can find on it. And again, anybody listen to Dan? Any Ozzy? Are you around? I know you listen to him. Anybody listen to Dan? Any nuggets from the his YouTube stream? He must be, it must be over by now. All right, so two promos we have on, or two promo codes you can use. You can use Barry 100. That'll get you 27% off a premium annual subscription. Okay, so Barry 100 will get you 27% off a premium annual subscription. This promo, Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only of a standard or premium, or the entire year of a standard. So those are the two promos we've got on right now. And if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating two rooms, a YouTube room and the main room. Company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. It's really that simple. Also, this room. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about what this room is all about, it's free also, but some added benefits. It is open. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking to get into a room and discuss the pre-market with other active traders, you can come into this room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't open it. Obi does. Thank you, Obi. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me. Now, William says, whenever I leave, okay, I don't know when I'm going to leave. I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always say later if there are questions, but whenever I leave, William says he's going to keep the room open for 10 minutes at least. If nobody's posting, then he's going to shut down. And if people are posting though, and there's still some action in the room, he'll keep it open later. It's up to you guys. Okay. Education. Oh, before I do that, if you've clicked on my homepage link, keep scrolling down and you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. An education section. If you've taken out a subscription or you're thinking about it, go to this section right here called Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos. This is mandatory if you have taken out a subscription. Okay, this is mandatory. This will get you started. I'm not going to get you or make you an expert in trade ideas, but it covers all the key elements. And if you don't have trade ideas, start off with that second video. Go to the end. It should give you an idea about whether or not this is something you might want to try. Okay, this program not necessarily for everybody, but that should give you an idea about, you know what, I want to try it for at least a month. You can always unsubscribe if you don't like it. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay, free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, go back one. You've clicked on my homepage link, the center section. Here they are. So this is what I am currently sharing. Okay, large cap gainers is here. The volatile race is here. It's called the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Halts resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And I have some other scans, a momentum scan, a gap scanner, the Pepe combo scan, and the William up down 25-cent scan. These are also available for you to look at. And I don't have this on my homepage. I may add it, but I don't have this on my homepage, but I've been really using this one since Monday. This is a couple of up big yesterday, but down big today. Down big yesterday, but up big today. Now, it's not so much, okay, I should really name this. Could be up big yesterday. Up big meaning it had to close at least 5% higher. It doesn't have to be down big. It has to be at least 2% what went down. So it's not like it's, down 10%. But, the bottom line is it's looking for reversals One day up, the next day down, or one day down and the next day up. So if you want it, just let me know, and I can give you the link. So, dear, I see if you were following this, you can see that CPOP did not open. So this is now going to be at least a 10-minute halt. If they're not 5 minutes, then they're usually multiples of 5. So that was at 104.13. So call it 114 plus 13 seconds if it's going to be a 10-minute halt. Really? 45 minutes? Really? Yeah, you're right. 12:19 it was halted, and it opened at 103. You're right. A lot of it has to do with, well, I think it opened. It just opened. Okay, so this was a 10-minute halt. I mean, we see crazy things all the time, but this is crazy. This is really crazy. I mean, the fact that it had the big pop up to, it came from 32 cents up to $1.21. Figure, okay, I don't know if it got halted, and now it just got halted again. Then it has the drop, and I guarantee that most people thought, okay, that's it. I mean, it's almost right back down to that 30-cent level, but no. Then from 38 cents, now it's up to 2.55. Crazy. It's all about, and it's not a low float unless that float is wrong. But we're getting, I think the data that we're getting now, float information from that website that is the one that everybody wanted. I think it's hard to believe though that it could be up 600% with 82 million in the float. But let me just go and check that website. Dilution tracker. That's the one I was thinking of. Dilution tracker. Just want to check it to see. But that's where we're getting our data from. Yeah, you see, they see they don't have. Oh, I have to log in. I haven't looked at it for so long. It's just a. Okay, there we go. Haven't gone to this for so long now. Yeah, 82 million. 82 million. That's the float according to a dilution tracker. So hey. So Pepe, I have not forgotten you, but Sebastian is AWOL right now. I don't know where he is. Let me check my email again. Yeah, he has not answered. I'm a little surprising. Hopefully he answers us sometime today, and even if the room is closed. I don't very often ban anybody, so but I'm going to ask him. I mean, is there any reason why I can't unban somebody? Probably I have to. Yeah, I don't know. There's just no unban. that I could see. Happens so rarely that I even have to, but we had some idiot in the room yesterday and had to get rid of him. Wow. You talk about a good alert, guys. This was up big yesterday, down big today. This Suja Life. I think the reason I didn't take it, though, I mean, the spread it's not great, but I had the alert for this SUJA at. There's not too many that were up big yesterday and down today, but the original alert came in at right there at 1410. So at 10:33 Eastern, at 1410, opportunity to short it. Look at this, 1140 now. I didn't do it because the spread, well, you see, I mean, and I have to admit, I mean, the spread is still terrible, but if I'd known it was going to drop $3, the spread wouldn't have mattered so much, but you just don't know. Very few in yellow today. Remember, there are two alerts or two scans in here. And this one, well, let's see. I mean, it's at $4 right now. That was the alert. To short. Boy, I don't often short stocks this cheap, but boy, look at the room it's got underneath there, 334. There are shares available, not many, but 53,000 at Interactive Brokers. Bank of Canada held the rate at 225. Okay, that's good, I guess. You're talking BOC, right, Hermes? Bank of Canada. Who knew that when Canada got rid of their $1 bills and they printed the loonie, which is a loon, that's why that it would be that nickname would be adopted. And I think I think a lot of you guys in the States, you've heard of a loony. Maybe not a toonie so much, but certainly I think you probably heard of a loony. Maybe I'm wrong. How red is your neck, William? Are you just finding out this today, Poe, that a loonie is our $1 coin? Really? Today? Really? Okay. Well, the toonie, I mean, is just a $2 coin. I mean, obviously it's a play on loonie. The reason it's a loonie is that it's a loons, which is a kind of a duck or a bird, is on one side of the coin. So somebody said, you know what? That's a loonie. Really? Well, that's why we come to this room. You got a Canadian here that can sort of educate you on all things Canadian. What else you want to know? Ontario's provincial bird. There you go. The loon. The cry of the loon in a lake is very mournful. You don't have there are no APIs. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. That's an old question. So Ahmed, how can I bring it to my alert? And this one to work. How can you bring it to your alert? Okay. I think I understand your question. You want to sort of separate the compare count into an alert window, two alert windows, or just one? Is that what you want to do? Because these are just these are two scans in here. One is for the upside, one's for the downside. Is that what you want to do? Okay. So watch what I do. So you've obviously got it. So just right click on it. Okay, right click on it. Click on configure. So if do you want both? You want a downside and the upside, or just the one? Well, okay. Here's what you do. So I think anyway, configure. Let me figure this out without your having to actually create it. See, this is a collaboration link. It's not a cloud link. I don't know if you can do it in an easy way. I mean, you can easily do it from scratch. Well, you can do it from scratch. Okay, because I mean, if you take a look at the green data, for instance, and you look at the configure, this is what I'm using. Okay, so you could take a screenshot of this or something, and then that would be the individual alert window. Okay, for the upside. Would you know how to do this? Just create it from scratch. You see the collaboration link. This is the old way we used to do things. I was hoping there'd be a cloud link. Hmm. I mean, this is the old collaboration link, and it's kind of weird the way it works. It used to work. I've never even used the collaboration link for years now. But if I do that, can you take a screenshot so you can see what this is looking for? Okay, so let me know when you've got it. Okay, and of course you can make changes if you don't like that price range or anything else about it. You can of course make some changes. Sounds like you've got the screenshot. Okay, that last yes. And if you want the downside, it's just the reverse. Okay, it's just the reverse. Now we're talking new lows, pre-market lows, post-market lows, and then you reverse this. The stock has to be down at least 2% instead of up 2%. Okay, so you can take the screenshot of this. Now the good news is that you actually only have to create the one, and then you would flip it, if you know what I mean. So all you have to do is create one of them. Once you have it, okay, you understand, okay, and then duplicate it, and then when you get into the duplicated version, then you just flip it. So you don't have to create one. You don't have to create from scratch. So the whole idea of this compare count, just using two different scans and running them off against each other with similar filters in place. One on the upside, one on the downside. Meanwhile, look at FRMI. Wow, another. It's just no. It's not, and it's a big float. 265 million in the float. Big float, and it's up 25% on what? Fermi jumps 14% after citizens' comments on OpenAI Ohio talks. OpenAI Ohio lease talks positive for Fermi. So that was your news for it. Key. Okay, let's take a look at Key. William is talking about Key dropping on no news that he could see, and then it pops. So you're not trading that because you don't know what the news is. Okay. So we have the day's range for that one at 1.5 times the ATR. But I guess when you're looking at the actual number, I guess you're just looking at the actual number as opposed to looking at the top and the bottom, and that would be 1.55. That'd be 1.5 times the actual. I don't have the ATR here. Oh man, no kidding. What a roller coaster. Now just cratering on the way down, and now look at the potential. Oh, just open, just open. And now halted again. C pop halted again on the way down. How ugly is this going to be at the end of the day? Rhetorical question, of course. All right, I'm going to take a look at Unfi here, guys. I think UNFI is actually not an earnings play. Okay, that might have been an earnings play. So UNFI. So yeah, dear Dacus, I mean, do you have the halts resumes by any chance? Because you know that tells you the exact time to the second. And yeah, normally they are 5 minute halts, but if they're not five, then yeah, it's going to be a multiple of five. In this case, in the case of the last one, I guess it was it 10? But yeah, I mean, if you're in something that's halted, you should absolutely have an idea about where it could open after that first five, or know the 5 minute mark, but then know that if it goes past 5 minutes, then hang around to the 10 minute mark at least, and then each 5 minutes halted stock. I mean, I'm not moving. I don't care what I have to do. Well, maybe, but I mean, I'm not moving, especially a stock like this. So what a lot of room this has got. So this got hammered down yesterday on earnings. Okay, UNFI got hammered down on earnings. A big recovery. The high $57. You know what? Yeah, I mean, I would be watching this one. What's the volume like? Not. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not great. It's two times normal. It's pretty low float also, 59 million in the float for a $51 stock. My opinion, it's pretty low. Okay, when you say you don't see the compare candle, now what are you talking about? Are you talking I'm sorry, are you talking about you don't I thought you had this. Do you not have this? This is from my homepage. Oh, you don't have it. Oh, I thought because you flashed it. When I saw this, I thought that meant you had it. So where were you getting that one? Where were you getting that one? I mean, I don't have that one, okay? So when you say you want to bring your alert, you ch- I don't understand exactly. Are you saying that the compare count window that you had was not this one that I'm displaying here? I mean, where did you get this one? Where did you get this one? But okay, I got to understand what you mean. Are you wanting me to take that one that you sent and show you the two alerts or two scans that are in that one? Because I can't because I don't have it. Oh, I see. It's the positive. Oh, okay. So it's this one. So I don't use that one. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. So I see. It's hard for me to read. I couldn't quite see what the heading was. Okay, so it's this one. Okay. Okay. Well, it's the same principle. You right click, go to configure, and then the configure. Let's see what does it say. It's very, I mean, hardly anything in here. This is it. Just these are the alerts, new high, pre-market highs, post-market high, and a 30-minute high. Those are the real-time alerts. And then this is the filter. It's called change from 200 SMA. There's no way, right, Pepe? Pepe one, sorry. Gosh, that bothers me. There's no way to get that link out, is there, as a cloud link? You just have the collaboration. But this is pretty simple to do. You know what? I'll even do it for you. Okay, I'll do it for you. Of course, with this open, I can't create a new. Okay, to write this down. Yeah, that's terrible, isn't it? I mean, I can't understand. I mean, this is the old way to share links. But okay, I'll tell you what. I'll do it for you. Okay, I'll do the first one, and then all you have to do is flip it. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So we go to new, and then alert window. Where are you? New alert window. Boy, I haven't created a new alert window for a while. Start from scratch. Okay. Now I'm going to add search. So I need the new high. Add the alert. I need a new pre-market high. I need a new, where's the new post-market high? Okay, get rid of all these. This is from that other scan. So I'm going to check that. And then I just need a 30-minute high. Okay, I think that's it. And then where's the 200 day? The change from the 200 day, 0.01. Now I have volume. I mean, I don't even know if there was there was no volume in that one, but you know that I think this is it. This is what it looked like. Okay. Give it a new name. What are we going to call this? I'll just call it sector. Okay. Sector up. I mean, I don't know. You can change the name later if you want. Okay. So here is the individual now. Here's the individual scan taken out of the compare count window. Okay. Now you may want to add volume. I mean, I don't know what these volumes are. You may want to add a volume component. Now, this is what I was talking about at the flip. And this is for anybody also, not just this one, but if you got two, what I will call two competing scans, you want to run off against each other and you want them, so this one is up. So all you do is this, I'm going to right click, I'm going to duplicate the window because I don't want to overwrite it. Okay, so now I've duplicated the window. You may want to add some volume or something. You're going to get way too many and you're going to get overwhelmed by alerts. But here's what you do. Right click and configure and then flip. So what does flip do? Flip will flip what you can flip. You can flip a new high to a new low, pre-market high, pre-market low, etc. And then you can flip this one. The price was down at least 0.01% from the SMA. So watch what happens when I flip it. See? Everything flips. And of course I would give it another name, sector down. I'm just going to call it. But if I were you, I would add volume or something because you're going to get maybe even a price range. I mean, you're just going to get inundated with alerts. Okay. I mean, look, how's that going to help you? Right. So did you understand what we did there, Ahmed? I mean, I'm not, you would never want this. I mean, you know, it's just you're going to have alert after alert after alert. So you'd probably want to add some volume minimum. I'm looking at the volume here, 79,000 shares. So, you might want to add 500,000 or something. I don't know. Up to you. I can give you this. Then you can run with this and customize it, maybe even a different price range. Maybe you don't care about stocks that are, 49-cent stocks. Just let me know, okay? Before I move on. I mean, I can add a volume in here and a price range if you want, and then give it to you. But just let me know. And then if you wanted the downside, you would just flip it. Wonder why it's not. I'm just looking at what's coming through now. Well, when you say how to see it, if all you care about is seeing it, like maybe maybe I'm misunderstanding. You just want if you see XHB, for instance, you just click on it. Maybe that's what we're talking about. You just click on it and it loads into the charts, whatever time frames you've got. Maybe that's what we're talking about. You don't want to see them broken out individually. Is that what you mean? So when you see a ticker here, you just click on it and then you can it loads into a chart. Maybe that's what you meant. Is that what you meant? Now, because you said you want to see the candles. Well, maybe that's what you meant. You just click on this. You just click on the symbol, like if you click on a symbol here, click on a symbol here, click. Doesn't matter in the compare count window. You click on a symbol and it loads into the chart. Assuming your charts are, you don't understand what you mean. I want to see this pulse on my alert. I don't understand what you mean. I'm sorry. We've got a couple of. I mean, this is the individual scan from here. So, just give me a moment, please. Lighting warehouse. Just give me a moment, okay? All right, guys. Sorry about that. So again, I don't understand. You're talking about this. You're talking that's the pulse, I guess you're talking about, right? I don't even look at the pulse. I just look at the. I mean, when I'm looking at my compare count window, I'm just looking at the crawl, the tickers. But I think that we're not like this. You can have. We can give you this. That was the link that Pepe put in there. Okay, that if you're just looking for this, It's easy. Pepe put the link in, and you just click on the link and get it onto your screen if that's what you're talking about. But I guess I have to know exactly, is that what you want? You want this. It's just that you had a screen. Okay, okay. And I'm gonna get rid of this. Sometimes it's I know it's sometimes it's okay, so it's right here. Thank you, Pepe, again, obviously for putting that in, but he put it above, but I'll resend the link. That's okay. Don't be sorry. So there's the link. Now the question is, you know how to load it onto your screen. There's the link. Do you know how to get it onto your monitor? Could you show me what does your signal look like? Does it have the entry price, time, and exit price, time? No. Bruce, well, it depends what you're talking about. The only thing that will do that is our AI, okay? Our all everything else, this is all customized for what I want to see. There's no entry price here on anything because it's all a matter of my clicking on the symbol, and then I determine whether or not I want to trade it or not. Okay. The only thing that has, in theory, an entry price and an exit price and time and all that is our AI. And not a great day for it, obviously, but you have a. I hate to call it entry, but you have an alert price, you have a stop price. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay, and of course, it's time stamped. That's the only thing that does something like that. Everything else that you see here, I click on this symbol up here, MRX. This is in what we call a race. I sort of determine, do I want to trade it or not? And if I determine I want to trade it, then I'm putting my own stop in place. Okay, I'm saying, okay, maybe I'll just make something up here. If this were just breaking over 62, and I thought, yeah, I like it, I'd probably put my stop around 61.72. It looks like there's decent support right there. If it broke down through that, I'd want to get out. So it's not generating that for me. This is just, call it my trading experience, if you will. Now there are certain guides I suppose you can use because, for instance, I just clicked on. No, okay, I just clicked on a symbol called HAO. Now, if it's coming, I know obviously don't have our product, so I don't want to confuse you too much. But if you click on something from an alert window, what this is telling you is that it's a suggestion, right? If I took the trade at 116, my stop is here at 97 cents. It's generated a smart stop. Now, would that make sense if you have any trading experience at all? You might look at that and go, I don't think that's a good stop. Maybe my stop should be just under the VWAP, as an example. But that's what can happen. A smart stop is generated. If I clicked on SKYQ, if I took it at 165, they're suggesting a stop here at 151, things like that. So this is automatically generated. But again, it's a guide. If you have any trading experience at all, you may look at that, go, okay, yeah, it makes sense, or no, it doesn't. So the AI is basically this. Okay, these are the alerts that happened today. You have it's time stamped, of course, when the alert came in. How you trade them, if you trade them, though, is going to be up to you. These are all manually, and sometimes you click on an alert. There's the alert price, say for HIW at 30.51. Obviously, well, I don't know. Maybe it worked for a while. I really don't know. I'd have to check it. I mean, a little while. I mean, the alert was at 30.51. It did get up to 30.74 before it came down. I wouldn't call that wonderful, but that's what it's all about. You just wait for the alerts to happen. And again, how you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. See if Lake even worked from the beginning. Yeah, maybe 11.59. It got up to 11.98. But this has been a tough market. I mean, look at the market chop today, and some of these stocks are doing the same sort of thing. But that's in essence how it works. Okay, you just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll not get an alert until at least 9:40. You won't necessarily get one at 9:40 Eastern time, of course. The first one was at 9:41. We had a couple at 9:42, and then two more after that. And that's by design. We don't want to have anything. We sort of prevent anything from happening in the first 10 minutes. Let the market settle down a little bit. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. And again, how you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be up to you. And there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to configure this. In the morning, people who have our premium service, if you load trade ideas, certainly before 9:40, this window will be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. There is no win rate because, as people will trade the AI in very different ways. For instance, I may have traded Lake. Okay. What if I taken Lake at the beginning of the day? Okay. And I said, you know what? I'm going to get out of this. I like the way it popped 40 cents. I'm going to get out. Somebody else may have waited, maybe down to the VWAP. Somebody else may have said, well, or hit my stop. So they didn't make any money. So because there's no exit. There's no target for the AI. So the only thing is that these stocks happened because what happens overnight is that the AI strategies, I don't know how many there are anymore, but let's say there are 50 strategies. They all go through an optimization procedure. And so for the strategy to get passed on to the next day, to be available for the next day, it had to have a win rate of, I think, 2 or a profit factor of 2 and a win rate, I think, of a minimum of 60 or 65%. If that happened, then that strategy will make it to tomorrow. So for tomorrow, we don't know what strategies are going to make the cut. But those are strategies that when the system did a back test, and it goes through all sorts of permutations and combinations, adjusting the filter sizes and adding filters, subtracting filters, and then comes up with with the strategies that make the cut. Now, so these strategies, whatever they are, I don't really care about what the strategies are, but whatever they are, these are the ones that were generated. Now, just because a strategy generated a symbol doesn't mean, of course, it's going to win, or it's going to, but it really depends on how you use it. Again, you could have made money on Lake, but some people might not have made money on Lake because they allowed it to either go negative on them or flat. It requires trading experience. It is not just plug and play. Now, the interesting thing with Lake is that there was a re-entry price at 11.42. It's getting close. So, you could take this, if it gets back up to 11.42, it's possible later on in the day that if it gets back up to 11.42, you take the trade. So when you say does the AI work? Okay, we're a scanner first. The AI is just one scan, really. Okay, Bruce. So it's just one scan. Everything you see here is just, these are races. This is a real-time alert window. The Hulse resumes. Okay, give me a moment. But we're a scanner. Okay, so do we work with Thinkorswim? It depends on what you mean by work with. Yes, we do. In that, if you click on a symbol, okay, IRDM, click on it. Let me explain it better this way. If I click on the toolbar and click on tools and external linking, notice what it says. I am linked to my Interactor Brokers account. So what linking does is when I click on a symbol, so I click on Dow and it loads into my order entry in Interactor Brokers. It would do the same for Thinkorswim. It's got nothing to do with the AI. This is just another symbol. Okay. I click on that lake, it loads into my order entry in Interactor Brokers. Okay. So any symbol that I'm seeing, I establish a link with Interactor Brokers, and from there I trade it. So it'd be the same thing with Thinkorswim. That makes sense? So it's got nothing to do with the fact that this is the AI window. Does it work? Yeah. I mean, if you click on it, it'll load into your Thinkorswim platform, and from there you'll trade it. So the only auto trading you can do, Bruce, is not with the AI. You can auto trading, and we stopped auto trading the ability to auto trade the AI several years ago. Yeah, we used to be able to, but it really didn't work well. I'll be honest. I mean, if it worked well, we'd still allow people to do it. But for the same reason, that people would take a trade and it'd be nicely positive, and then because the AI, some algo didn't kick in and get out of the trade or get out of some of the trade, it would get back down to being negative or flat. It really requires that you manually, manage the trade. What you can auto trade is if you create your own strategy and you back test it so that you think, it's a good strategy, you can auto trade your own strategies, but you cannot auto trade the AI. And unfortunately, there are still videos floating out there that indicate that you can, but I mean, those are years old. Personally, I would never auto trade. I would always want to click on the symbol. Now, I understand people who don't want to sit at their computer all day long. I mean, that was the whole idea of auto trading. Yes, you just let it run in the morning and count your money at the end of the day. I wish it worked like that. But obviously I can sit, I enjoy it, but I'm always going to click on the symbol, check what do I see on the chart? Does it make sense for me to trade it? If it does, then I take the trade, but I'm always going to look at a chart. So probably disappointing to you, Bruce, and others, I get it, but that's the reality. All right, guys. Well, again, I'll always hang around if there are questions. Now, William says he's going to, when I leave, whenever that is, William says he's going to keep the main room open for 10 minutes. If you guys aren't posting anything, then he's going to shut it down. If you post stuff, in here, chat about stuff, then he'll keep it open. If not, no, you make your trade through Thinkorswim. Okay, Bruce, you make your trade through Thinkorswim. That's what I do. I am linked to Interactor Brokers. So when I click on a symbol, I click on a UNFI, it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform immediately, and from there I trade it. You would do the same with Thinkorswim. Okay? You're using trade ideas to generate ideas of things you might want to trade. I think what you're talking about, though, you see, we have a program called or a little product called Brokers Plus, where yes, you can actually trade from within trade ideas. You do the same, and we do link, but we just don't link to Thinkorswim like that. Well, we link to Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, Alpaca, and TradeStation, so that you could, not in theory, you could trade from within trade ideas. But it's not necessary. It's not necessary you do that. So it would look something like this, okay? So when I click on a symbol, there's Unfi, and you would link, here are the brokers, TradeStation, Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, and Alpaca. So you could establish a link. This is just an error message I get. I'm on a development version, but notice Thinkorswim is not there. But this is not necessary to do. I mean, some people, even if I could do it, I wouldn't, because, well, I could. I can, except I can't link. Well, I could. Okay, I'm messing around here. I could link to E-Trade. I could use this, but I've used E-Trade. Interactive Brokers. I've had their program since 2016. I'm so used to trading from within the program that for me there'd be no massive advantage. But yes, you could. So if I click on DOGZ, you see how it loads in here. I would pick how many shares I want, 500 shares. I would buy, send it. I'm in the simulator. Okay, this is how you can practice trading. So now I'm in the simulator. But had I connected to my IB account, it would have traded. I'd see it in my Interactive Brokers account. But we do not link to Thinkorswim like that. It's not because we don't want to, but their API is, well, they don't care if we can, I guess. Well, not a scan, but a top list. Didn't you ask for that last week, or somebody anyway? I have a. It's not a scan. Well, I mean, it might be just semantics. Okay. Biggest pullback winners to the VWAP, as an example. You could always adjust it so they didn't have to be winners, but so if you load that, it'll look like this. So let's take a look. Indo, as an example. Indo. See how it's a winner? I mean, it's a winner because it's still up. Has to be up at least 3%, but it's pulled into the VWAP. And what it does there, does it hold or does it go through? I mean, obviously we don't know. There's Indo, EIDO. Let's see what it did. So this was probably a little bit, has to be within 1%. Okay. So that's at 1220. It looks like it's far away, but remember the VWAP is at 1217. So at 1220, it's still close to the VWAP. It pulled in, but it's still hanging around the VWAP. Here's DSY. Let's see what it looks like. Again, pulled into it's still a huge stock up a lot, pulling into the VWAP. I mean, so this is the top list, which is, I think, just as good, because then it shows you the stocks that are right there. And then you can kind of figure out, do you want to trade it or not? So is that something you want, or? And of course, you can always adjust it. I mean, is it something you do want? I can give it to you, obviously, but you can always adjust the price range and anything else in here. Okay, Bruce, are you saying yes also for this in our YouTube room? Okay. So I'm assuming then you are a subscriber. So remember, you can always adjust anything here. I've got this is the price range I'm looking at. This is, I want the stock to be trading, somewhat abnormally. So three times normal. This is the volume, 500,000 shares. And this is, I don't want it to be more than 1% above the VWAP, or it could be right at the VWAP. Okay. When I see it, you can always make a change there too. But let me give it to you. Now, here's one, this is just a general one, near the VWAP, over and under. Let's see what it looks like. I mean, you're gonna have a lot more. They don't have to be big winners, though. I mean, it's 4.5%, not bad. OCC, so, that's another. This'll look at both of them. It could be, at least it could be no more than, I think, let's see, can't be more than 1% above and no more than 1% below. Very similar. In other words, right around the VWAP. I'm not sure why that one would have showed up. Yeah, remember now, it depends on the price, right? Because we're talking 1%. So there's 33.03, 33.27. So, some of them may look like they're far away, but remember, now you can always take this if you said, you know what, I wanted to be even closer. So instead of 1%, you could put maximum of, say, 0.05. And here, minus 0.05. Oop, zero point 0.5. You'll hardly get any in this one. So if you did that, they'll even be a little bit closer. You'll reduce the number, but maybe that's what you want. Here's Campbell Soup or the Campbell Company. Again, this is underneath, but that is within 0.5% of the VWAP. So if you want this one, you just can also have this one if you want it. What do I think of apps? Okay, let's take a look at APPS. Well, first thing I see, of course, is that it's been very kind of choppy for me on a 5-minute chart. On a daily chart, wonderful. It is, I mean, ever since it had earnings, it's been basically running since its earning day, which was back here on 5/27, May 27th. It's been a great earnings play. I mean, a continuation. But whether I think it's going to continue, I mean, obviously I don't know, but I mean, it's been very strong since earnings. But as far as an intraday trade goes, it's been pretty choppy. All right, Juan, you're saying GMRS is an undervalued swing trade. I know you put that in a while ago, but let's take a look at GMRS. That's your opinion, of course. $13. Let's see now. Oh, okay. So this is a new, fairly new, well, very new. I don't know if this was an IPO. Let's take a look. Was this an IPO? Yes. So this was actually an IPO. Okay. Sometimes you just don't know anymore if these are actually IPOs or the company had another symbol changed to this symbol. Was it a SPAC that turned into this? But this was a bona fide IPO. Who's behind it? So it's priced at 15. So it's underneath the IPO price. But let's see who's behind this. Oops, wrong one. We are a leading provider. Okay, regardless of that, who's behind this one? Some big guys. Yeah, now I sort of remember this one. Yeah, J.P. Morgan, KKR, Barclays, Goldman Sachs. Wow, some big guys behind this one. I do remember this one now. Now, whether it's undervalued, I mean, but it was a big IPO. I mean, based on not a matter of the how much money it raised and all that, but based who was behind it. A lot of the big guys were behind this one. Doesn't mean it's going to be successful, but so I mean, look, it hasn't been a good IPO because it's underneath the IPO. Well, good. I mean, it's not like a marvelous IPO right now because it's underneath the IPO price. But nonetheless, if it takes out that high of last month when it started to trade, that could get it going. So I put a price alert there, and we'll see if it triggers at some point. Well, almost guarantee it won't happen today. Now, the last time I saw Ed Stott, it was in the 30s. So, mhm. And another halt. I don't know if this was halted earlier or not, but no, this is one of those acquisition companies. Okay, I don't generally trade them. Also, there's no volume. All right, guys. Any more questions? I can always stick around for questions, but if there are no more questions, I will take off. So just let me know if there are any questions. Yeah, let me see if he. Yes, Pepe, we can try something. Let me see if he answered. No, still nothing from him. It's really surprising. Normally he's very, very on top of things like that, but I still haven't got anything. But okay, yeah. What do you want to try? Do I personally? Well, let's see if you. I don't know, but let's see. You're asking me if I have one, or in the room. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Well, this is it. I think this is it. I think this is all I have access to. And that's what I was wondering, if it was there any way I could unban something, if that's what you mean. As you know, I don't look at any of that stuff ever because it just rarely comes up. But is that what you meant? Like right here? This is all I got is, I mean, the gear, I don't think the gear really is gonna do anything. Yeah, the gear, I don't think there's anything in the gear that's gonna help. Unless you saw something in here. I mean, I doubt if you I mean, I don't think there's anything in here that's going to, all right. Administrator clicks on the settings menu drop down in the top right-hand corner of their dashboard. Okay. This is but the gear settings, because this is it. This is all I've got, session control, but I don't see another. Yeah, I so you're using Chat GP or something. I don't see anything here though. Maybe if I click on the question mark, I don't think the question mark does anything. Just looking. Well, I mean, this is a user list, I guess. This is a user list right here. I see people here. There you are. There you are. Let's see. There you are. Okay. That's really strange, Pepe, because look, there you are. And the red means nothing, because unless it means that, let's see if I can do anything there. I think the red just means that because I'm looking at a lot of reds here, and it just means they're listed for some reason, but they're not in the room right now. I don't, you want me to flush the list? Hmm. Well, in the closed session, yeah, there is hard reset, all reload, forces everyone to reload session and page. But I just don't know what's going to happen. Forcing and revoke. I mean, I can try that. I'm going to be leaving, or William can do that and see what happens for tomorrow. I just hope it's not going to affect everybody, and all of a sudden nobody can log in. I mean, I want. I just all I need is for. Uh, Yeah, sorry guys, I accidentally booted myself out. I just don't know what that's going to do. I mean, if it's going to revoke everybody, I just wish he would answer. I'm sure this would be very. I gotta hope that he's going to answer sometime. Tonight. He's in. I believe he's in Miami, but sometimes he goes to Spain. Okay, he is. I think he's from Spain, so it's possible that's where he is, but doesn't mean he can't answer. No, it's okay. I don't mind. I'm just. It's interesting to see all the users there, and then red dots beside some of them, like Dak. Dak hasn't been there forever, but there's a red dot beside you. But that doesn't mean that I didn't ban Dak. But like your name is there. It would make a lot of sense if I could just click on your name and then unban it. Can I remove just you? Well, now I didn't even see where I pulled that up. Yeah, I don't think so, Pepe. I'll email him again just to make sure he saw. Okay. Thing is, I can't even find where I saw that the red dots beside people's names now. I thought it was in the list of users, but obviously I must have accidentally checked on or clicked on something because I don't see it anymore. I cannot see short AI strategy and trade ideas. Maybe I have to bump up. No, if you have our premium service, share. I mean, there's nothing more to get. When you say short AI strategy, um, are you talking about the AI strategies or the alerts that we had today? Because this was a short opportunity. Okay, that was a short opportunity. right there. All you have to do is have the column that says L or S. There were four long and two and one short, as an example. No, there's nothing for you to add. I mean, if that's all you're talking about, but remember, if you've got profitable checked, you're not going to see, well, you won't see anything now. None of the alerts right now from the time of the alerts. Oh, okay, okay. You meant so you're talking about here, TI short? So when you say you don't, are you talking, you don't see any symbols, or what do you mean by you don't see short AI strategy and trade ideas? Are you talking about what I just clicked on, which is right here? That's all it was. It was just the, okay. Do you have, well, do you have access to this? Do you have the AI? You have access to this. Oh, well, that's why. It's part of the premium service. So yes, if you want, to access anything in the AI channels or this, you have to have our premium service. Yes. On a monthly basis, you're month to month. Okay. What is the difference? Okay. So right now you are, okay. Get out of here, Jeffrey. Okay. You're paying $89 a month. Okay. You probably got a discount the first month. You could get I mean, it's expensive. 178 a month less the 15% for the first month. So you could try it. So it'd be, so if you really wanted to try it, you could ask them to boost you from standard to premium, and it would be 178 less 15%, which works out to about $151. Okay, that would be for the first month. After that, if you really liked it and it was making sense for you to keep it, then you would be paying 178 a month. Okay, then you would just let them know, hey, bump me up for a month. Well, you tell them for how long. If you after 1 month you didn't like it, then you can go back down to standard. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2:33. As I say, I'll always stay later for questions. So this has been a good session regarding questions. So if there are no more, I will take off, but I'll hang around again if there's some questions. I'll give it another minute. I don't have to go. I mean, I just don't feel like hanging around if there's no questions. That's all. See, there's even something that says manage muted, but I don't. But you're not a muted user. But it says muted ignored users. But that that's not it. Again, Pepe, I really am trying. It's amazing that there's nothing. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me. So I have to, well, I'll have to shut down YouTube. I will keep my layout up and running until William decides he wants to stop it. So guys, it's up to you. This room can be open till 3:55 if there's some activity in the room, okay? Otherwise, William will keep this room open. I'm going to shut down, say 2:35. He'll keep it open till 2:45. If there's no activity, he's shutting it down. So it's up to you guys, okay? So I'm going to end the stream on YouTube.